YouTube is auto-nuking any mention of naughty bits?
Well, you've just completely shat all over that, Kristi. Thank you. We're live.
Oh, you
So
didn't say.
I said we're going live, and then you were like, "Oh, YouTube's shitting all over bits." What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm Kevin Logan. Hello there, everyone. You can see me on the screen. I'm testing the knackers off the internet tonight. Anyway, after my crazy fucking technological bullshit recently, I want to be sedated. And joining me, as ever, for the happy hour, Kristi is a punk rocker. Kristi is a punk rocker. Kristi is a punk rocker now. Dr. Kristi Winters.
That was awesome. I have a feeling, though, that you adapted that from Rory Katz to me. Like, I think that was originally a Rory Katz song.
No, it's originally a Ramones song.
No, but in your house.
I want to be sedated. Yeah, no, I sing everything to Rory, yeah. Absolutely.
By the way, can I actually see your screen? Maybe?
Oh, well, you don't need to yet, because this is just the start of the chitter chatter, isn't it?
All right. Well, I started the chitter chatter before you did the intro.
Yeah, you did. Thank you. Absolutely fucking molested the shit out of my fucking moment. Thank you. I've just allowed you to screen share, but you don't need to screen share. I am
not at all.
fucking shit at this. Oh my god. Anyway, share. Right, Kristi can now see what I say.
Ooh, very nice.
Anyway, so Kev doing tunes, yeah, and it vanished. What vanished?
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. What? What do you mean you don't see the screen?
Well, are you saying do you have still starting soon on your show? Did you change your OBS?
I've changed the OBS, yeah.
Okay.
Can you not see?
What I can see is what you're seeing, which is...
Well, yeah, that's because... Oh, Kristi, for God's sake.
Perfect. That works.
Yeah, you can see what I can see because you're watching the fucking Zoom meeting. So I'm watching the stream to check the stream is working, and you're like, "Oh, it's not working." Well, that's not what you. Oh.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's not fine. It's not fine. No, the world is on fire. The fucking pandemic's running rampant. The economy's in the fucking toilet. And more to the point, I'm slightly annoyed. So,
apologies. I'm sorted now. I had the thing on pause. I thought we weren't going live, but it's fixed. I'm sorry.
Your apology is entirely unaccepted.
Let's start over. Hey, Kev, what do we got for the people on the show tonight?
AIDS.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think everyone should leave right now. Protect yourselves. Get out. Yeah, why would you say AIDS?
Why not? It's what I got for Christmas.
Paper AIDS? Not the helpful kind?
Exactly.
I don't even know what to do with that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it, because I thought there's no way she can swim out of that sea. Not a chance. Anyway, well, I had an even edgier joke, which I might as well do now. I was going to start the show off by saying I would send my condolences to America about the anniversary of 9/11, but actually all buildings matter. So, you know, like I don't see buildings, I see individual bricks. Yeah, come on now. That's the joke I was gonna do. So be glad I just said AIDS.
All right, everything is on a scale with Kev.
Exactly. No matter how bad I am, just be glad I wasn't worse. I think is the moral of the story. I don't look when Kristi goes silent because then I think, well, maybe I have gone too far this time. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, okay. You might have to be doing some apologies on Twitter later. We'll see.
I don't do apologies, Kristi, because cancel culture can suck my dick. Segue of the year.
Now, that is a good one.
Anyway, well, actually, there was another point I was going to make. I didn't know whether to talk about this with you here, because I know you're like I don't know, DNC stan. Is that a phrase I can use?
The DNC isn't a thing. Like, there's the.
What do you mean it isn't a thing? We just saw it. It was boring. What?
Well, I mean, insofar as people ascribe to it a whole lot of agency, as if it was like the corporate headquarters sending out missives and policy directives to all Democrats who are just Borg across the country.
It is.
Or something.
Like me and Antifa. That's how it works.
Yeah, it's like Picard and X-Men, where you put on a helmet and then you're mind melding with mutants everywhere.
Yeah. Anyway, it's related to a person I'm not sure we've ever mentioned him on the show before, called Vosh.
Yes.
Yeah.
The name rings a bell.
Yeah. He annoyed me. I know.
Surprise!
But
surprise.
I think my response to that will annoy you as well. So I'm going to, in the spirit of this show, where we're going to piss off all leftists, completely all of them, I'm going to complete
Kevin's
the
going
job
to try to piss me off
by pissing Kristi off as well.
Well, let's see what it is. Let's see what you have to say.
So Vosh was doing a stream as he does, and mentioned. He said, "Oh God, the phrasing was amazing as well." He said. We're talking about Britain, because the thing is, right, when he talks about American stuff, he has some bad takes, which is bad enough when it's America. But if he steps outside of his box of like white leftist America, he hasn't got a fucking clue. You saw it with the black nationalist stuff and the indigenous rights people and all of that. Right, it just is awful. Anyway, and especially when you then step out geographically from America, he's got no idea. So he was talking about Britain and saying Britain's fucked. Now, I agree with him to that extent. He went on to say that the Labour Party had become totally cucked, which, again, is part of the kind of right-wing entryism language shit that we've talked about before. But if we ignore that aspect of it, it basically means they're not leftist enough, right? Okay. Now, again, to an extent, I agree. But what he then went on to say is, at least in America, we've got the Justice Dems.
Okay.
No.
Okay. There are way more people in the left wing of the Labour Party than there are Justice Democrats.
Well, I do have to point out to him that someone significantly to the left of any of the people involved, any of the squad, because he mentioned the squad by, well, the squad as the name rather than the people.
Yeah.
And I have to point out to him, like, well, I haven't pointed out to him because I haven't spoken to him, but that Jeremy Corbyn is way to the left of all of those people, including Bernie Sanders, and he was the leader of the Labour Party for years. The general election we fought just in December of last year was way to the left of any policy document the DNC have ever produced. Now, whether that's right or wrong, it's just a fact. I just thought, you cheeky cunt, you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the only quibble I would say is that the DNC doesn't produce the platforms. Those are voted on by members of the party at the DNC convention. Okay. So it's the membership that votes on the platform. That would be my only... Okay.
Apart that one caveat aside, the basic point remains.
I don't have any problem with anything you said then.
Oh, okay, because I just thought you get a bit touchy when there's any kind of semblance of criticism. And that's fine. That's fine. I don't give a fuck. You can react however the hell you like. This is a free speech zone. We don't cancel here.
I criticize Dems too, but I don't just criticize Dems. Like my entire channel isn't monetized in part by criticizing Dems. I actually praise Dems, and I sort of like, this is when I can tolerate this person, this is when I disagree. So it's just that the membership votes on the platform every convention. So
okay, that's fair enough. I should have taken a label off before we started, shouldn't I, really?
Are you got like those copy plastic things that you're copying right now?
No, I'm taking the label off the thing because I'm not giving free advertising to the company. Anyway, but I usually do that before we start. I forgot though, we were talking about stuff. Who cares?
Okay, good. You're talking at the mic again. That's good. By the way, if you can position your camera down just a little bit, your head space is about like half of your screen.
Nope.
I'm trying to make him look better, but he's not having it.
Hang on, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, that's it. Just keep doing that the whole show.
Oh, right, I'm crouched down. Oh, I do that,
no, sit up straight. Sit up straight and you'll be fine.
There we go.
But you won't sit up straight for 2 hours. It's too hard. I couldn't.
No, I'll go off like that and just...
Yeah, that's better.
Well, that's the thing I've done before. It was even worse with a laptop because at least that camera's still. I've set that up so it's absolutely rock solid still. Whereas with the laptop, it's sort of, the screen's there, and when you move slightly, and then all of a sudden my head would be like down there because the camera's gone mental. Anyway.
All right, let's focus here.
Anyway,
we
with the Vosh thing, I was just going to say, like, in the past, we previously said, like, when people have said, oh, debate him. What's the point? Because I'm just going to go on there and say, like, oh, I think your use of language is bad. End of conversation.
Yeah.
Whereas with this topic, if he ever did want to talk about it, I have no idea. But if he did, I absolutely would, because this is such an obvious case of him not just talking shit. So,
of Peter Coffin with
yeah.
them.
I would debate him on this topic.
They're talking shit.
If any of the internet minions want to start that process going, because I'm not going to like type in, oh Vosh, please debate me, because I don't give a fuck. But if someone, there's always internet minions, always. I know this from the Descent of Manosphere stuff. I used to hook the person in to the things, to like the tweet saying, like, oh, I've made a video about you, I don't want to do it like behind your back. And then after a while I realised, the minions will make sure it gets to there. So.
Yes, the Twitter minions, yes.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, and Justice Democrats are like a relatively new phenomenon.
Yeah.
They aren't a symptom of like a better version of progressivism than the Labour Party. I mean, the Labour
exactly. Yeah. The reason that the Squad get so much attention is because they're something of an aberration. They're a different type of progressive, right? They're of note because they're different. Whereas
Bernie Sanders
in the Labour Party, they would be on the right of the British Labour Party.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie Sanders would never propose nationalising internet service or all of the railways.
Yeah, exactly. We could have privatised huge numbers of industries if the Labour Party had won the general election. Like the British Labour Party stood for a huge number of nationalisations, whereas the Democrats can't even agree that Medicare for all is the way to go. That's not part of the platform at the moment, right?
There's a lot of ways to get to universal health care, but universal health care isn't M for A. They're not interchangeable.
No, I know, but I'm just saying like something that's relatively popular amongst a lot of Democrats. Even the Democratic Party think might not be saleable to the country, is the point I'm making. Now,
to the wider country,
there are perfectly good reasons why that's the way that it is, right? I understand that. But to claim that they're like the more progressive or less cooked than the Labour Party is ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Yeah. I would agree with that political assessment.
Oh,
Understanding both systems. I concur with your opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you're a turncoat. You've lived here, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah, but once I hit my 20s, I was like moving country every decade or so.
Like all good Americans, moving in and taking over the place.
Yep.
Unlike British people, we've never done that. Anyway, moving on from that historically accurate point. Hang on, we've got microphone works, the desktop audio is on, boom. Can we all see that shit?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
Well, you can see it in the tablet too.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just checking all my PMQs was a struggle this week. I didn't even watch it.
Oh, is this when Boris didn't have any of the answers to the questions? Or some of the questions?
That doesn't narrow it down from any other week he's been Prime Minister. That's just his thing. Kevin is a turtle. Oh, is that because I was doing that? Okay. Oh,
right, yeah, maybe. I was like, no, he's not. He's a potato.
Yeah, I am a potato. That's an old school reference.
That's that's about at least a year and a half old now.
No, way more than that. I'm going to call me a potato like 4 years.
Yeah, but it was part of your intro for a while.
It was. I've still got that somewhere. And thank you to the person who did that. You look like... Oh, for God's sake. Someone put this as a something as a comment here. I don't know if... Does this show up when I put the extra thing?
Yeah, Zach Galifianakis. What did you say?
You look like Zach Galifianakis' gay lover.
Galifianakis. Yeah, that's a mouthful.
Yeah, between two bollocks. Anyway.
Oh, love the beret. What's going on already?
Well, anyway, yeah. So, Peter Coffin, the leftist person, makes videos and all that, and they made this video called Cancel Culture, because that's the thing that needs to be talked about right now, I think, definitely.
Well, ContraPoints just did one, 6 months ago?
Yeah.
So, it's kind of a little bit dated as a topic, I think, at this point.
Well, yeah, but he only just got cancelled. So he only just cares about it. But this is with all of them. Actually, you mentioned ContraPoints. Her latest video, she mentions that she's been cancelled, blah, blah, blah. And you think to yourself, well, you've got 1 million subscribers. Yeah. You earn a fortune. Yeah. And I don't begrudge her assent of that. That's like she works hard, she puts out quality content, she's popular, putting out good messages, largely. I realise there are lots of criticisms, but largely. But you can't then turn around and say, I've been cancelled. No, you've been criticised on the internet. Maybe overly harshly, but look, cancelling would be you lose your job, you become destitute and penniless and all the rest of it.
Get thrown out of your apartment or whatever. Like
you've gone from strength since you're quote unquote cancelling. You've never been more popular. Like you're that's fine. And the same with Pete. He's got 270,000 subscribers. By all means, cancel me to fuck. You know. Ridiculous. Anyway, so Peter made a video called Cancel Culture. We're going to take a look because it's really shit.
Okay. Oh my! It's 42 minutes long.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right. I'll settle in.
I hope you weren't looking forward to an early night tonight.
No, oh God! Apparently not.
This is a Friday night jamboree.
Well, I ordered in pizza earlier. It's still within reach, and I have a massive glass of water.
What kind of degenerate filth orders a pizza and doesn't eat it while it's warm?
Oh, well, I can't eat a whole pizza by myself. Are you kidding? That's too much pizza.
Christy, I thought I knew you.
No.
I'll be honest, I've lost a little bit of respect. I can't lie. Anyway.
Oh, I'll just continue the downward trend line then.
Yeah. Hang on. Yeah. Anyway, right. Content warning, discussion of serious mental health issues, racism, harassment, sexual assault and verbal assault. So, I mean, that's our content warning as well. Because it does contain that as well.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
Anyway.
People are freaking out. Why? Well, did you see what Peter Coffin said on Twitter? To say the least, it was not it, Chief. What can I say but yikes?
Sorry, can we just... Okay, first, can you turn the sound down just a tad? So like 75. Yeah, that's perfect because then I can hear you and hear them in a balanced way.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's how they're going to start this video.
Yeah.
Is just complaining about people on Twitter talking about a public figure.
It gets better.
Who makes content.
Some of the comparisons that they draw between their treatment and certain historical things is... I mean, it's like a chef's kiss and a nuclear bomb all at once. And then they make that comparison, those comparisons, and say, but I'm not making that comparison. Like, you've already did. You can't say... It's like when Sean Head slut-shamed Zoe Quinn by doing the cocks in the mouth thing. And then went, but I'm not slut-shaming her. You did! You can't do the caveat after the thing. Look, that doesn't... Fuck off.
Doesn't work that way.
Anyway, so this recurring joke, this bit is really annoying. The bit we're about to say.
Okay.
You up for cringe. They should log off. Delete.
Yeah, they do that a lot. There's a lot of I'm writing you up because it's like a hall monitor cancel police thing.
Oh, is that a meme?
Not really, no. It's just the thing that they do in the video that's
right. It's the way that they interpret people who express opinions back when they express opinions.
Yeah, they repeatedly like, I'm going to write you up. Which is like, I mean, I get the conceit of it, but it's just boring when you do it 6 times in like 10 minutes. Like,
Can I ask you, this is really the most pressing issue to left?
Yes.
YouTube?
Actually, no, technically not, because on Twitter we've had conversations this week about bestiality.
What?
No,
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, not bestiality. Necrophilia. I apologise. It was a completely different and rightly illegal thing that leftists have been absolutely needing to discuss this week.
We have a fucking fascist in the White House.
Yes.
Most of our show is taken up with like criticizing white supremacists.
But Kristi, if that fascist dies, would it be okay to fuck him? That's the important thing that left Twitter needed to have discussed this week.
We are like less than 60 days out from the election, and this is what they are making videos on.
If democracy dies, is it okay to have sex with its corpse?
I was kind of feeling like a little bit like,
Wish we could go back to the fucking age joke now, don't you? Eh?
Yeah. But I was like, if I would have just, played up to the Bernie people, maybe I would be like hip and cool. And then I look at what they're making content about. And then I realize, no, I'm focused on Trump and fascism and protecting democracy and then improving Americans, residents and citizens' lives. Now I'm fine with where I am and my focus. This is bullshit. I'm sorry. Talk about fiddling while Rome burned, which I know Nero didn't do. I know he didn't do that.
Oh, well, I wasn't actually going to mention it. I was just going to say, Kristi, please don't sit on the fence. tell us how you really feel about this. I can't help but feel you're holding back a little bit on us.
Yeah,
you know?
I decided today, too, that tomorrow I'm going to go online and figure out a way to give more money to Biden and Harris. Anyway, since I can't be there to do door knocking, which
Carry a
people can't
pigeon.
really do. Yeah,
Tie the note around the leg in like a little metal ring. Carry a pigeon.
I can't just do it on PayPal from like my bedroom where I have my studio set up because I need my passport, which is in the other room. So I can't start the process. And it's a whole thing when you live abroad. Anyway, let's get back to
I can't help but feel you're ignoring my obviously correct suggestion there.
What suggestion was that?
Carry a pigeon.
Carry a pigeon. I was going to say, you give me a lot of suggestions.
Yeah, and they're all stupid, and I need you to pay attention to me because I'm a child.
That would be great. If I just like put my name in and like put 200 euros in 50s and just tied it to a carrier pigeon and hope it made it over the Atlantic.
Yeah,
that sounds great.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. 0 drop frames. Oh, I am absolutely kicking the internet in the bollocks tonight.
Wait. Like, go back to your OBS. So how fast is your? Because before you were at like what 60 or something. I was over 1,000 kilobytes per second.
Yeah, I was at like 600. 600 was fine. 600 streamed. That was absolutely grand. Whereas now,
doubling that.
Consistently 800, 1,000, 1,200. You know.
It's like Kevin got a new car, and now you're just driving around going, "Oh my gosh, the suspension! It's like I don't feel every pothole in the road anymore."
Yeah, brakes that work. Jesus, I'm not terrified for my life anymore. Awesome. Anyway, so yes, Peter.
Yeah, let's get back to this really incisive.
Otherwise, because this is a 42-minute video, and I make a joke that I can make a 20-minute video last 3 hours. That's actually true. I know there are 2 of us, so.
But I'm just gonna say it like that. I'm just putting my whole marker on. People need to get their fucking priorities straight.
Yeah.
Less than 60 days out from an election, where basically this might be our last chance to stop fascism without violence, because they're going to be violent. Because without a democratic legitimacy in elections, we don't have a peaceful transfer of power, and that is how countries descend into civil war. So we need an overwhelming victory everywhere.
And the worst thing about civil war is if it does actually happen, Tim Pool will have been right, and I cannot put up with that.
With that, we cannot abide.
Yeah,
yes.
That is. Yeah, we can't
like
abide. Hey, because that's the name of the person.
I see what you did. Got it.
Their account. Retire, bitch. I know it's probably not nice to say, but the world would be better off if Peter just got COVID already. Someone should call 911 and report a hostage situation at your address and claim you have a shotgun. You're just a dumb shithead. Fuck you. Eat shit and die. You deserve to contract terminal cancer. Peter should kill himself. Kill yourself, Peter.
Kill yourself.
Can you just pause it again? Sorry. So basically, Peter is upset because he's experiencing what we were experiencing on YouTube back in 2015 and 2016 and 2017.
Well, the actual thing he mentions there about they should call a false hostage situation to me. That happened.
Yeah, I got my family, or not my family, but an address I lived in got swatted because it was listed, somewhere tied with my name from like 15 years ago. So I'm just like, were we proto cancel culture people? Were we canceled 5 years ago?
No, we're woke skulls, so we don't count.
We're not
we were
really
just abused. Like people.
Okay.
We're kind of people-y, but not really people. Also, I'll be honest.
None of this sounds unfamiliar to me.
This just looks a little bit too much like me, and that's I'll be honest, it's not doing great for the ego, because it's like I'm looking into some sort of slightly freakish mirror, and not good.
Wait, that's great. Yeah, on YouTube, I can see you in the screen, and then if I look at you and then look at the screen, then I look at you and I'm looking at the screen. I can see it.
It looks like me, but I've blacked up.
Well, no, you went to a fun house. It looks like you're one of those mirrors that kind of pulled your face a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Demon Kevin.
Yeah, just me up close in a fisheye camera.
That's what it would be like.
Hideous. Yes.
This thing on Twitter.
Cancel culture, cancel culture, cancel culture. You say it 3 times to summon it, like Beetlejuice. But it also summons a horde of terminally online people who love to tell you that cancel culture isn't real. Also, it's actually good. Now,
I love the fact that they say here that terminally online people. How do you earn your living again, Peter?
Yeah. Yeah. And how would you know what they're saying unless you're online a lot to read all the things that they're posting?
Yeah, he's not online. Or they are not online.
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I'm going to fuck that up. Apologies.
Yeah,
it's
we were
not intentional.
Yes, we're very much trying to self-correct, and I'm sure by the end of the show we'll have done they and there so often that from this point on it won't be.
Well, I almost certainly will fuck it up because I am really bad at this. But no, it's definitely not intentional. I am fucking trying. But
yeah, and I'll try to catch you.
Just like my internet, I am really trying and flailing. So,
Well, I'll try to catch you if you try to catch me because we want to be respectful. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We want to criticize their content, not their pronouns. That's not what we're here to do.
indubitably.
Yeah.
So, I've totally forgotten what my fucking point was going to be. Something about necrophilia.
Oh, being
I don't know.
online. No. It was about being terminally online.
Oh yeah. How would they know what people are saying all the time? Or how do you know that all the people were saying all of those things if you weren't like online reading them say those things? Which I don't mind, but don't then be like, oh, I'm above these people because they're terminally online, whereas I'm like one of the cool kids. Like,
Who is actually terminally online as well?
If you're putting out YouTube content, don't fucking lie. You are terminally online. That's fine. Deal with it. We're all slightly narcissistic, slightly mental people. That's fine. You kind of have to be to put your fucking face and name to a thing where you're like, I'm going to say a thing now, and then people are going to be like, yeah, I hope you get cancer. So
is it just like, getting criticized on Twitter is not cancel culture?
No,
it's just not.
Yeah, they do this all the time, and not just that. But what I especially loved was just after this had happened, just after they'd released this video. The whole Vosh thing that we looked at previously with was it all black women in America sound the same thing? Do you remember that clip we watched?
Yeah, from the Candace Owens comparison.
Indeed, which was, I mean, we explained at the time there was a certain amount of leeway we were prepared to give I'm prepared to give because he forgot to say conservative. He also
went on to clarify something.
Yeah, and not just that, but I think he did release a thing where he was like almost a pseudo apology, which is sort of personal growth in a way. But anyway,
I mean, also, it's just part of the Vouch circle of life.
Yeah, he fucks up.
Seriously,
pretends to apologize, learns nothing, fucks up,
and nobody he pays no penalty for it.
Yeah, exactly.
That part of leftist Twitter doesn't really care about that kind of stuff as long as you feed them enough anti-capitalism angry things.
Yeah, they want, again, it is sort of like echo chambery stuff you see on the right, where as long as you're feeding into the narratives they already agree with, you can basically go on camera with a dead puppy on your cock. It's fine.
Kevin, your mind goes to such dark places.
It's fine. Well, because I messed up necrophilia with bestiality earlier, so it's in my head.
Oh, I see.
And so I thought that would be the worst thing, is to combine the two. So, anyway.
And so you decided to say it out loud.
Yeah. I'm a terminally online person. If I'm not saying it online, if I'm not saying it to other people, did it really even happen in my head? I don't fucking know anymore. I don't know what's real and what's fake. The lines are not just blurry, they're not fucking there anymore.
It's all just one experience.
So that Vosh thing happened, right, where he said the stupid thing. And Peter, along with Angie Speaks, who's like a black woman, that is contextually important because he was talking about black women, right? And they do a podcast together. Anyway, and they cancelled the fuck out of Vosh. Or what they call cancelling when it's done to them, they were doing to Vosh about that clip.
Right.
And I thought to myself, you cheeky pricks, you've just spent the last few weeks going on about cancel culture's the worst. The left needs to stop cancelling. Cancel. And then as soon as they got a chance to have a go at someone who'd had a go at them, oh my God, the cancel stick came right out. Fucking cancel, you cunt.
In that podcast, did they play the whole clip? Like, were they charitable in the way that we said, like, this is why it was
I didn't listen to the fucking podcast. I just saw their shit on Twitter and I was like, you hypocritical garbage bags. I mean, I couldn't disagree with some of the things they were saying. I think Vosh is a little bit inherently racist and a little bit inherently misogynist.
Yeah, definitely.
But the point is, you can't call it both ways. Either you want that level of scrutiny on public figures for the things they say and do, or you don't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So good for the goose.
Indeed.
Someone's gonna say that I'm a white supremacist, class reductionist, Strass right, Nosball, gamer-gator, or whatever for saying cancel culture is real.
I mean, some of those are true.
Class reductionist, I will agree with.
Well, he wasn't a Gamergator so much as he profited or took money from the profits of Gamergate.
Did he? Oh,
Well,
yeah,
by
because
being-
Emos Chong, yeah, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also,
Emos
didn't he
Chong
say there
is
were
now
some good
supporting
points?
fascism, by the way.
Sorry,
also.
didn't they also say that they had Gamergate had some points?
Yeah, that was a
Mhm.
that was a recent thing. That was the beginning of
Yeah.
their slide into the kind of class reductionist dipshittery pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because I
But he's not-
remember
he-
watching this when they said that.
Yeah, he's not a Nazbol. That's nonsense. But
No, that's yeah.
Strasserite again is basically Nazbol, so no. Nazi is slightly ridiculous. So yeah, I think that's
But class
basically
reductionist.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's some really good evidence for that.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. And that's actually why they were annoyed at Vosh, because Vosh called them out for that. Because I'll give him his due. He does have some reasonable takes. He's very, very pro voting for Biden, for instance.
Also, just to say, like, if you look at the lower right-hand example, that's not actually directed at Peter. It says, gays are liberal bourgeois, quote unquote, is a Nazball talking point. Anyone who believes it is probably watches Peter Coffin. Anyway, I'm quibbling about their examples.
Yeah, like, I mean, I can understand where that point of view is coming from. It's not saying their entire audience is Nazbol. It's saying that
No, yeah.
It's saying that some of the more class reductionist takes that they have would appeal to Nazbols who believe gays are liberal bourgeois.
I think that's a good reading of that.
Yeah.
You know, can I just point out, so this episode reminds me a lot of when, well, actually it happened with ContraPoints as well. Natalie, I don't even remember Natalie's name. Natalie's always done just Natalie to me. But when Natalie fully kind of transitioned, and also two friends of mine, that struggle to catch yourself on pronouns until it's like a learning to play a riff on a guitar or something. Like you have to train your muscle memory in your brain a little bit to do your association so it becomes unconscious. And I just realized with this episode, it reminded me of the other experiences I've had when I've just really made an effort to have pronouns right when it didn't come effortlessly to me. That's all. Just making the effort, that's all.
Yeah, and for anyone who watches my video on Descent of Manosphere on Blair White, where I refer to ContraPoints as he, note that when that video was made, they outwardly identified still as he.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not misgendering because at that time that was the correct pronoun.
Mm.
Anyway.
You've been on the YouTube for a long time.
Yeah, it was very confusing when Natalie first came out because I knew them by their now dead name, which I won't repeat because I don't know if they're cool with that. Although I think there are still videos of when they refer to themselves by that.
I honestly don't even remember it anymore.
Oh, I
do. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
because I kind of knew Natalie back in the day. Like I literally invited them on the channel and they came on for a chat. You know, it was a lot of fun. And I knew them by he and by the old name. So it was really weird trying to get used to thinking, no, it's not that, it's this other thing. So.
Like I said, it's like muscle memory. It becomes unconscious eventually, but at first you have to make the effort to make sure you're...
And my brain doesn't work, so it's a struggle. Unless we're talking like sports statistics, you might as well whistle in the wind, frankly, because I'm useless.
Just bring him to pub quiz night for the sports sections. And
exactly.
That's where he maxes out.
Prop me in the corner and wake me up when the sports section happens, and then put me back to sleep again. And when I say put me back to sleep, I mean sedation.
Not like yeah.
We're talking heavy drug usage. Yeah. Anyway, shall we continue?
Yeah. We're only a minute. I'll try to restrain myself.
It's so real.
Yeah, but the difference is, Peter, that when you got fucked over years back for the whole quote unquote fake girlfriend thing, which was him basically getting what do they call it? Where someone pretends to be catfished. That's the phrase. I was thinking honey badgered, and I think that's not a thing. It's not a thing. Anyway, he got.
Well, it is after the honey badgers created their little scam. That's when you actually fall for the honey badgers.
Yeah, that's when you
housing.
rinse men by saying, "Oh, women just want to steal your money and take stuff," and then stealing them. Well, So raising money for a thing and then just buying yourself a house.
Yeah, that's to get honey badgered.
That's honey badgered. Anyway, but no, Peter didn't get honey badgered as far as I'm aware. But they certainly got catfished, right? So but basically they were already a victim of like a pretty nasty kind of online tactic, and then the right wing came after them. And it was largely right wing people, and it's largely still right wing people that mention that now.
It's pretty old.
That actually is cancel culture, because that did genuinely affect their income and their livelihood and stuff. Like they had to move to some other fucking state, and they just had kids and stuff, and like to escape the harassment and shit. So that actually is cancel culture.
Yeah.
But someone criticising you online and you suffering no repercussion beyond maybe some hurt feelings isn't anything. That's just being criticised.
Yep. And when you're a public figure and you put out your opinions, people are going to push back. And the bigger you get, the more people are going to push back because you're bigger.
Yeah.
And not everyone's going to love you.
Yeah. Anyway. Also, you did kick yourself in the dick. Literally. Not metaphorically. Literally kicked themselves in the dick on the Steve...
some kind of host, Steve Harvey.
Steve
hosted
Harvey
it.
hosted
It
show.
was a talk show, like.
And Steve
it
Harvey's
a Steve
face was
Harvey
amazing
show.
because they were just like, and I was just thinking to myself, in his head he's going, white people,
White guys.
Jesus, the fuck is wrong with white people?
Yeah, that's another old clip, very old.
Yeah, so look that up. Peter Coffin kicking themselves in the cock on TV back in the day. Anyway, continuing.
However, I think the term cancel culture is a bit of a misleading one. It's a term that implies it is a culture unto itself, and I kind of see this as a compartmentalization of a very visible set of behaviors which are ultimately simply a part of the prevailing ideology of our society.
Cancel culture helps keep society atomized. It helps to channel a desire.
You didn't think you were going to get through a whole
for
Peter
justice
Coffin
into
video
something,
without
well, profitable
pseudo-intellectual
and is
word salad.
ultimately
Oh, no.
a means for those with
Jesus.
power to avoid scrutiny.
And I think it's a logical
What?
outcome of life.
Sorry, can you go back?
Oh,
Cancel culture is the opposite of allowing. Yeah, their 3 points.
Simply a part of the prevailing ideology of our society.
Cancel culture helps keep society atomized. It helps to channel a desire the powerless have for justice into something, well, profitable, and is ultimately aimed.
Okay, that's all of those are wrong. So,
Okay.
I mean, think about it. What is cancel culture? It's when a group of people have a similar reaction to some public event or comment, and they end up have a meeting of the minds in the sort of Twitter account or talking about it on Twitter.
Yeah.
And they might actually interact with each other about the issue itself. So it doesn't keep society atomized. If anything, it brings people who didn't know each other together on an issue they didn't know they had in common. So we can reject that one.
Yeah, but
Channels-
Kristi, it's written on the screen there on YouTube, and they wouldn't let it on YouTube if it wasn't true.
All right. Channels desire for justice into profitable activity. I mean, I don't know what this is supposed to even mean. People who see you doing saying something on Twitter and then reacting to it or having a conversation about it doesn't even necessarily mean justice. They might just disagree with your opinion. So, I mean, cancel culture against Nazis, exposing Nazis, and I don't even know what to call it cancel culture, really. I guess initially it was maybe cancel culture. But when their employers are notified of the fact that they are marching with tiki torches.
The Nuremberg rallies were the ultimate cancel culture. Really.
Yeah. And so again, this is just a discourse. It might be taking place on Twitter, which runs ads, but that doesn't mean Twitter is trying to promote cancel culture to get people to disagree in order to have more eyeballs to see the ads. These are sort of spontaneous things. So it's not channeling a desire for justice. It's more of a communication or a reaction. And then finally, it is a means for the powerful to avoid scrutiny. I mean, cancel culture is holding people accountable for when they do, things that people disagree with. So just on every single point, I could make a better argument for the opposite claim than what they are putting up right now.
Yeah. And Sib Wolf on Twitch says,
Hello.
2 very good comments. Firstly, I thought cancel culture was the unwashed masses holding the powerful to account. Yeah, okay. And then also, Kev, food packets are really loud.
Yeah, what are you eating? Because we can see you now.
Cookies.
Gnawing.
Cookies. I'll try and keep my live stream masturbation down to a minimum now you can see me. But, you know.
We're all appreciative of that, Ken.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, and thank you for the subscriptions to the Gaming Archaeologist. Thank you for that. I don't know how. Is there something I can do on Twitch? Can I give? Is there a version of like a Twitch blowjob I can give people? I don't know.
Maybe you can check that out when we're not live.
Kristi, do you know me?
Yeah, this isn't the Kevin figures out stuff on Twitch show.
It kind of is. It kind of is, to be fair.
Means for those with power to.
Oh, sorry, were you done?
I was actually. It's fine. I was just going to say that was it for me. So go ahead. Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, if you go after Peter, you're clearly going after them with like pitchforks and stuff and machetes.
And also the idea that it's the way that they described it as part of a set of behaviors within our ideology. You could literally say that about anything in any culture, in any set of ideologies. That was a completely meaningless series of words.
I've seen this video, and you haven't, right? But I'm going to have a little pop quiz for you here. Do you think at any point Peter mentions the word neoliberal?
No, I think the question is, should everyone take a drink every time they say the word?
I don't think they mention it that many times literally, but they talk about that section of the video is lengthy.
Right, I would imagine it would be very on brand.
It's a logical outcome of life in a capitalist society.
We're killing strangers. We're killing strangers.
Sorry, can you point it out? Sorry, I just want to point out that the reason, capitalist societies often correlate quite highly with democracies, although that's been changing in the last sort of like 20, 30 years. So really what he's saying is cancel culture is a result of freedom of speech, which is often found in capitalist countries, but not necessarily exclusively. Again, saying something but actually saying nothing once you think about it.
Yeah. And yes, to Phoenix, hello Phoenix in the chat. Go and give them money on Patreon. They're an awesome person of colour who's been through some tough times. So go and do that. Also give me money as well, but I'm less deserving, but still. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, clearly we're engaging in profit-seeking activities via cancel culture. So maybe I don't need your money at all. Yeah.
We're killing strangers.
Oh, and by the way, just to Phoenix, I saw you in the chat. I was watching the 4 Black Marxists have a go at Vosh stream thing from a few days ago, and I saw you in the chat there. And I don't remember you saying anything that was worthy of being cancelled, so I'll leave it there.
Good to know.
We don't kill the ones that we love.
Is that him singing there?
Part 1.
No.
What is cancel culture?
So you really don't know what canceling is? Oh, well, get out while you can. You don't need this shit in your life. Clear out. Go on. Get. Okay, so now that precisely none of you
I don't think he's a southerner.
Canceling, according to Urban Dictionary, is
to stop giving support to a person. The act of canceling could entail boycotting an actor's movies or no longer reading and promoting a writer's works.
This definition, I think, is workable, but I think we need to add a couple of things. First, you don't have to be a famous person. You could be a volunteer firefighter or like a librarian or some shit. You could also be like a brand. You don't even have to be a person. They canceled Wendy's pretty good that one time, remember? But as far as people go, we Americans almost all have some kind of social media, and our accounts are available to everyone. So yeah, we're all a certain kind of limited purpose public figure. Second, yes, canceling is certainly an act of withholding support, but just like the range of people it affects is broader than this definition accounts for, the process of canceling a person often goes way further as well. The way I see it, the goal is often to brand someone persona non grata, or an unacceptable or unwelcome person, in case you don't know Latin. That is, in fact, a citation. And
see what I mean? Like, there's no need for the post-it joke. Just
No.
boring. Like,
It is.
They were actually on like a bit of a roll there, where they were saying things that vaguely made sense.
Well, I mean, they were ridiculous, but at least they were coherent.
Yeah, like I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think that definition for. I mean, by the way, using the definition from fucking Urban Dictionary is a
that's
little bit
pretty weak.
ridiculous. For someone who like uses so many long words that I assume they think of themselves as an intellectual, but whatever.
Kind of feel like it's a straw man to be knocked down rather than a legit attempt to get a modern or recent definition of the concept.
I suppose, yeah. So I don't think that's okay. But even like, it doesn't matter where it comes from. It doesn't matter how silly a person is. You take on the argument, okay? And I think that definition is woefully insufficient.
And well, I think what the definition is trying to get at is that there is an economic punishment for people who are choosing not to spend their money by seeing a movie or buying a product or promoting something on their channel.
Yeah,
and I mean, that is what Peter wants to remove.
Yeah, but I mean that's ridiculous because even if you say something shitty, I should still continue to support you. That's a bit ridiculous. And secondly, again, the point I made earlier, what actual concrete harm has been done to either Peter's life or Contra's life? Now, again, I'm not saying psychologically it doesn't, because trust me, there's a person on the internet, a much smaller person, but a person on the internet, I know the psychological impact that like tons of shit coming your way can have, right? But outside of that, or the actual economic side of things, which is what Peter's talking about here, what actual damage has been done to the people who have been cancelled? Jordan Peterson got cancelled and has never been richer, albeit that he's dying in a Serbian hospital or whatever. But, you know, that's the people who get cancelled seem to do rather well out of it.
Well, the thing is, by the definition Peter is giving us, Peter is actively canceling or canceled me on multiple occasions by trashing me to his Twitter followers and therefore potentially denying me their views.
No, incorrect. He trashed Movie Bob and Kristi with an E, Winters. So I mean, unfortunately for her, the poor love, God knows what state she's in. But you're okay. He wasn't talking about you. It's fine.
Okay.
I was doing a silly head nod. Anyway, yeah, exactly, yeah. So and as I mentioned earlier, literally, like within 2-3 days after publishing this video, they were out cancelling Bosch, who again does this for a living. So you're literally threatening the livelihood of another person because you disagree with them, Peter. Tisk tisk.
Yes. Quite.
Or you're allowed to criticise people online. That's fine. Get over yourselves.
Because that's pretty much what online has been ever since two people got on a message board together.
The internet has changed some of the dynamics involved in human communication stuff, obviously, because of the scale of the damn thing and the speed. But ultimately, the same thing has gone on forever. There were fucking poets hundreds of years ago doing slam essays against each other in newspapers.
Oh yeah, the founding fathers. I mean, they would write anonymous pamphlets.
Yeah.
You know, one of them, I think it was said that his candidate, the presidential candidate who was running against him, had died, and people should not vote for him because he'd already died. I think that somebody did that to Jefferson. It was that election, at least Adams and Jefferson. That was fucking. And of course, back then, newspapers took a really long time for information to get around. So people could not learn that actually Jefferson or whoever it was, Adams, wasn't dead until after the election. Yeah.
So this is not something, or you even just go really modern. I was watching the some old episodes of Dick Cavett because I'm a really sad individual. That's just what I do. And there were some great ones like Muhammad Ali and fucking. That's where I got the clip from. From.
Washington.
No, the black dude.
No, I thought he had a.
No,
James.
James Baldwin, yeah.
Baldwin, okay.
Yeah, Washington's the the black character from the film we're going to do from Iron Sky.
Oh right, yes. Sorry.
So according to Kristi, all black people look alike. That's
that
fine.
Must have been it. I was trying to reach back. I knew some was kind of like.
Which we're going to do tomorrow night, by the way. We're doing a review of Iron Sky on Kristi's channel. I'll broadcast it on Twitch.
So come for that. Yeah. Show up and watch.
All I'll say, 2 words: moon Nazis.
That's all you'd need to say about that movie.
You just tune
Iron
in.
Sky
tune
equals
in.
Moon Nazis.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know about
Yeah.
the movie.
And not the first, not the first, and probably not the last film in this series where a black person whites up. So,
Oh God, hopefully that'll be the last time.
no, I'm going to make sure it isn't now, just so that prophecy comes true.
You're
Anyway,
gonna find shows based on that criteria. White face movies, IMDb.
yeah, just to annoy racists. Anyway, so I was watching some old Dick Cavett and seeing Norman Mailer and Gore Vidal bitching at each other on live TV before the internet, and two of America's foremost writers and intellects of the day absolutely ripping into each other with some of the bitchiest barbs you've ever seen. It was delightful. So this is nothing new, and it's nothing anti-intellectual either. Some of the most clever fucks you've ever heard of would be like, yeah, Plato's a prick. You know what I mean? Like,
think about, letters to the editor are basically like paper versions of Twitter.
Yeah.
And people are like, this person is wrong, I hate this.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's more instantaneous now.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you can
And
release
you can
a
actually
video,
see it.
and before they could have possibly watched the entire video, they're on Twitter saying, oh, Logan's a piece of shit. Which happened, by the way, with that guy T, when I did his episode of the Sentence Manosphere. The Minions got in touch with him, and before he could have literally watched it, because it was like 20 minutes after the release of a 40-minute video, he was starting to respond on Twitter. Anyway, so yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so yeah, the idea that this is either something new or some aberration.
Yeah,
And of
or
course,
people even need to know what they're talking about to have a reaction.
yeah, and not just that, but the fact that it goes back to the founding fathers and far further back, of course, because ancient Romans were doing the exact same fucking shit to each other, suggests that maybe the fact that it predates capitalism means it's not necessarily just an outcome of capitalism.
Yeah, I know. It's like, this is human behavior. It happens across systems, across time. This is like part of our psychology because of our social status and because we're social creatures. Capitalism is not to blame here. You can't fix this through socialism. People are still going to be assholes.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. The fact that Stalin and Mao fell out would suggest that post-capitalist societies still involve bitchiness and stuff. And of course, going back to the ancient Romans, I think the assassination of Julius Caesar could definitely be described as cancel culture. I think that's one of the most famous bits of cancel culture that's ever happened. So
yes, the most ultimate. Like, we don't want to get.
Most Roman emperors were definitely cancelled.
Yes, they were.
Anyway.
Not a lot died quietly in their beds.
Remove them from the space they occupy, whether physically or virtually. For more on the actual act of canceling, like the action itself, I would recommend watching the ContraPoints video, as she lays out an in-depth process broken into tropes,
presumption of
didn't
guilt,
like that video
abstraction,
at all.
essentialism, pseudo-moralism and pseudo-intellectualism, no forgiveness, and guilt by association.
Genuinely, I don't really think there's a better means to understand individual behavior during a cancellation than her video on the subject. However, from this...
So what was the point of you making this? If you know you can't really add a lot to the thing, what you're doing here is like clickbait, which, to be fair, means we've fallen into the trap, but, you know.
A capitalist trap at that.
Exactly, yeah. Why have you got this monetized, Peter? You're trying to get us to engage in actions that help you financially. That's outrageous.
And YouTube.
And YouTube, exactly.
Yeah. And by consequence, Google.
Yeah, exactly. Which, but their slogan is "Don't be evil," so that's okay.
Oh, I feel so much better
I'll be
now.
focusing on some history, lots of ideology, and what I think that ideology is attempting to justify. Now, I've seen a lot of takes on where cancel culture comes from.
I've seen some say it comes from Mao via the 1960s New Left. I've also seen some say it comes from boycotting during the civil rights movement.
I don't want to provide an
says
argument
this?
fully against
Idiots.
these takes, as I think the behaviors that we might characterize as
online.
cancel culture do have some...
Ironically, the terminally online people that Peter follows.
Yes, yeah. By the way, I
Presumably.
missed part of that because you hadn't paused it in time. They were still talking.
I think the behavior...
No, you. I missed your comment.
Oh, right, I just said idiots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, now you said it more clearly.
yeah. There you go.
as cancel culture do have some historic precedent in left movements. But I don't think that this phenomenon has exclusively sprung forth from these sources or any one source that you can point to altogether. The former idea that cancel culture comes from Mao's Cultural Revolution by way of the 1960s New Left, I think makes the assumption that cancel culture is primarily a problem of the left. And I do not think that's the case.
Are you the manager?
I am her.
Bath and Body Works?
Recorded.
What did you say again, ma'am?
Have a good night.
You said fuck Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Also, sure, yes, some of the behaviors on display are absolutely comparable, but I don't think it should be seen as the progenitor. Like, the idea makes sense to some extent, but I don't think it's anywhere nearly that simple. However, I think the latter idea, that cancel culture specifically originated from boycotting in the 1950s and 1960s civil rights movement, I actually think that's kind of stupid to think exclusively. It came from an article that Vox published trying to say that while call-out culture came from fandom, cancel culture is completely different. The term came from black people, so you see, it is a different thing that must be anchored in struggle. Ew, no neoliberal id pull. That's all right. The
Drink.
rule is you gotta do that neoliberal fetishization of identity
Drink.
politics, or else. I'm sorry, but what? Like, do you notice that pattern recognition thing we humans do? It happens when you say call-out culture and cancel culture. It's not just because they sound similar, it's because they're the same damn thing. It's people with very little power collectivizing to undermine a...
No. I think it's very, very interesting that Peter talks down to whoever wrote that article. I haven't read it, I don't care. But they talk down to them there about, that pattern recognition thing we humans do.
Mm-hmm.
But Peter doesn't seem to have done the pattern recognition that we did a second ago, of saying, like, you can look throughout the course of human history and find people cancelling one another.
Yeah, Alexander Hamilton was canceled.
True, but he did end up with a Broadway show, so did it hurt him?
Well, eventually it actually worked in his favor.
Exactly. So again, Alexander Hamilton, a perfect example that we should cancel everyone because they turn from a dead white man into a live rich black man.
We need more of that.
Yeah.
Like a weird garden. All right. Also, can I point out that they've just said that cancel culture is about like acting collectively?
Yeah.
But in the definition, they said it atomized society.
Yeah. Well, Kristi, what you're looking for there is intellectual consistency.
Actually, can I just say, Haruka in the chat, he was canceled in the face by Aaron Burr. It was actually in the midsection, like I think he took a body shot under his ribs, but yeah, he was canceled by Aaron Burr. Yeah.
Well, as previously described, Julius Caesar was cancelled by many senators.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, pattern recognition works beyond the 1950s as well, Peter.
Yeah.
If you want to actually look at human societies and stuff,
any whisper campaign to ruin someone's reputation is actually like in this case, cancel culture is usually all the time based on things people actually did or said, whereas people whose reputation can be trashed with lies made up about them in a whisper campaign. So
indeed.
just
perceived injustice. As the base motive, this also makes the whole thing less acceptable to paint as pure evil or sociopathic or something, although the ensuing behavior can get to a point where those characterizations begin to feel more apt. Also, the injustices in question are in some cases very real and actually extremely awful, like with R. Kelly or Harvey Weinstein. In some other cases, not so much, and the mechanism has the potential to be weaponized against a person or group's adversaries or competition. A word of advice if that's the path you're taking.
Which is interesting because you did that against one of your adversaries called Vosh.
Yep.
And Movie Bob. And Kristi with the knee winters.
Yes, that Kristi. Different Kristi.
Different Kristi.
Yes. I'm the general.
You probably get each other's post all the time. It's a nightmare.
It is annoying, I have to say.
however. Don't try to grift the social capital off Justin Bieber, who apparently extensively catalogs his own every move and is happy to prove exactly where he was in 2014 down to the minute if you make claims against him. Sometimes the stuff you do thanks to weed paranoia works out, I guess. But you can't have weed here, can you? I'm writing you up. Hallmark.
This is so
The term
lame.
Yes,
canceling
the fact that
became
you had to add hall monitor to the end of that joke. Like, A, we already get it. And B, like, if the joke needs to be explained, or you think it needs to be explained, reword it or cut it out. Because it's shit.
Can also, in terms of cutting things out, can I just say that based on the word count of this video, I think Peter would struggle with word limits of like 7,000 or 8,000, which is what academic articles usually ask for. Like, so many things are segments that last 2 minutes that could have been done in under 30 seconds.
Or
It's just puff.
Or don't need to be there.
Yeah, at all.
Yeah.
Popular thanks to a 2014 episode of a reality show, Love and Hip Hop New York.
Music executive and record producer Cisco Rosado ended an argument with singer and then love interest Diamond Strawberry by saying, "You are canceled."
I came all the way out here to be with you. I'm not going nowhere.
Get away from me. You canceled.
Canceled?
canceled.
You got me up. I'm not going nowhere.
This moment became a meme on Twitter almost immediately.
I was just watching New Jack City the night before I met with her that day. So I think that's where the whole cancel came from. Cancel.
Rosado notes that he said it because he had watched the 1991 film New Jack City the day
Yeah,
before.
we
which
heard
contains
him.
this clip.
Don't be sarcastic when I'm trying to eat. I know you died.
I see it now because of the lag.
Cancel that bitch. I'll buy it now.
So the term, or at least applying the term to a human being, comes from a movie where Blade runs a mafia rather than being some kind of major cultural milestone. The punitive behavior, on the other hand, does not. In his forthcoming book, Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, Ben Burgess describes the phenomenon as such.
Cancel culture refers to a cluster of cultural trends that have different levels of impact in different parts of our...
And that's actually Ben Burgess reading that.
I have to say, there's a lot of tautology in this. It's really, what is there? Where is the content in there? Cancel culture refers to a cluster of cultural trends that have different levels of impact in different parts of our culture. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, that's not very insightful. It's so vague as to be applicable to everything, which means it's kind of self-evident. It might be more precise to call it denunciation culture or shaming culture. Well, you haven't actually said what the trends are or the levels of impact, how they're different, or what parts of the culture it's in.
Okay, to be fair, I agree with the general point you're making that the first sentence is meaningless dribble. The second we don't know the full context of this because this is from a book that's forthcoming, so we can't even look it up. Maybe the previous stanza, if you will, explains something. I don't know. But
I think the idea that it might be linked to conceptually linked to denunciation or shaming cultures, because I know that those things exist, would have been more meaningful because then you're actually linking it to anthropology.
Which again goes back a lot longer than the 50s or 60s.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It goes back to Mao's great granddad.
Yeah. Honor cultures do shaming, but socially as opposed to on social media.
Yeah. The Spanish Inquisition, the perfect denunciation culture.
Can I just read out a line from Haruka? Because Haruka's just killing me in the chat tonight.
Go on then.
The first rule of Tautology Club is the first rule of Tautology Club.
It is. The second rule is bring your own bottle.
Of whatever you want.
Exactly, yeah. Whatever you think you're going to need, because don't go around trying to scav drinks off other people, okay? Bring what you need.
BYOB.
Yeah. And if you want something to smoke, again, bring it yourself. Anyway.
That went down a weird path.
It did, but what were you
That's
expecting?
what this show's about.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've realised if I allow my mouth to just move, weird shit comes out.
Like your mouth will fill the space whether or not your brain is engaged.
Almost
the
always,
airspace.
yeah. I've done entire streams where my brain hasn't done anything. It's just noise coming from our face.
Culture. It might be more precisely accurate to call it denunciation culture or shaming culture.
If we're talking about denunciation, we might look back to the Spanish Inquisition. If we're talking about shaming, we
He
might
literally
mention the
mentioned
pillories of kings and feudal lords. Lots of people characterize cancel culture as mob justice, which we could go back to the Salem witch trials or lynching to look into as well.
Very Western based.
Also
He doesn't talk
related,
about Eastern cultures
excommunication
though.
and public.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, to be fair, like, in the same way that when people say, like, oh, why don't you talk about Islam? Because I don't know it.
Well,
Like-
it's more because I think cancel culture is less about denunciation and more about shaming. And that, I think, ties it more to honor culture systems.
Yeah.
Because the shaming is the social pressure that gets people to conform. And just denunciation is a step before shaming. So it seems like denunciation cultures you pointed to are particularly Western, whereas it's a stronger argument to link it to honor society.
Yeah, but like I say, if you're not learned, like, intrinsically, I know a lot more about, say, Christianity because I was raised in it, and you're
Yeah, I
educated in
guess.
it. Whereas, like the shaming culture of Han China, like you don't learn about that.
Well, no, but people understand the idea of harikari or
Yeah.
harikari, and that's enough to kind of like make the link in a way that is meaningful enough to move on.
I know Harry Carey. He's a good bloke. So I do, because that's
Yeah, yeah.
that could be the name of an actual person.
Flogging. I think it makes sense that people link any of these things to cancel culture. Like, they're obviously related. But I think we miss a large part of the character of cancel culture if we act like any one of these things, or even some combination of them, fully explains it. Specifically, I think we need to consider that they all have a character to them which mirrors their era and/or social system. The pillory was a product of the Middle Ages, where authority was centered around a king. The Salem witch trials were instituted by a Puritan town. Lynching was a means to drive fear in Black Americans after chattel slavery ended in the U.S. You were excommunicated from the church for not following Roman Catholicism correctly. You were publicly flogged to show the other serfs or subjects what happens if you get out of line. Basically, these were all punishments to keep the powerless polite. No, alliteration is
hit pause?
not against the rule.
They were physical punishments.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had consequences.
No,
Just pointing that out.
No. Peter was branded and beaten with a baseball bat.
I missed that part.
On Twitter.
Yeah, in the public square.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're talking shit. And again, they're setting up this idea, and again, they are comparing their struggle with people being lynched. Like,
Yeah, well,
that was actual
yeah.
cancel culture. Those people fucking died. They were
Yes.
murdered.
Yes. Like what Peter seems to be thinking is missing from all of the definitions is that they don't apply specifically enough to them.
Yeah.
Let me show you how my personal experience is the actual true definition of cancel culture.
Exactly, yeah.
And the other thing too is that when you talk about cancel culture on an academic level, you're talking about it in the abstract, whereas Twitter is one little corner of one little like format of social media that people can experience this sort of phenomenon in.
No, Kristi, please. Peter is a terminally online person, as we previously discussed. To them, Twitter really matters.
Right. Well, clearly, given they spent 42 minutes and who knows how long making and writing this.
Yeah.
That's how much they care.
A lot of cuts. And that's fair enough. A lot of cuts. I find it difficult to remember scripts. It's a thing. Yeah.
Actually, good job. It keeps those powerless folks respectable and law-abiding, and also keeps them from finding too much sympathy for discontents or the other, either by direct application of institutional power or by incentivized actions. Today's
Can you
world
pause
is
it again?
Neoliberal.
I just have to point out what Data Portal in the chat says. They say, so wait, keep the powerless polite. Didn't Peter just say 2 minutes ago that cancel culture was the powerless mobilizing together?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah. Not just that, but Peter's trying to set up the idea that he's the powerless person.
They are.
Fuck's sake, they are the powerless individual in this interaction.
Yes. With 250,000 plus subscribers.
270,000.
Yeah.
I'll have you know.
I said 250 plus.
It's on
That's
the bottom of
technically
the-
correct.
Well, yeah, but then you could say 4 plus.
Well, that would also be correct.
It would
but
be
I was
correct,
much in the
but-
same ballpark.
Well, it depends how
Like
big the
10%
ballpark
off.
is.
Yosemite.
Yeah. The biggest ballpark in the universe. Anyway, the idea that either ContraPoints or Peter or Milo or whatever are the powerless individuals. No, you have big platforms. Like, you have a responsibility to use that. There's a certain amount of power that comes along with that. And if you say dumb shit, people will criticise you for it. And again, the people who got lynched, or the Spanish Inquisition, or the other examples you gave, suffered real, actual, concrete, material fucking punishments for that.
Yeah,
you've received, what? Hurt boo-boo feelings.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think you can look at the like ratio to the number of views. I mean, 20,000 views, 2,500 likes. It's barely 10% of the people who've watched it have actually made any effort to like it. Yeah. So that's not a ringing endorsement.
Because it's Peter whinging. It's been, oh no, I wanted to go and sit there and agree with Milo. Fuck's sake! Even their own fans are basically saying, yeah, this is bollocks, man.
Get over it. Yeah. Get a grip. Get a life. Get over it. Move on. And that was what, August? End of July that happened with them?
Oh yeah, they've been on a fucking tear ever since about this. They were really, really upset about that.
I can get upset about things for about a week at the most, and then I've got something else to be outraged about with Trump that's way more important, honestly.
Yeah. I was feeling catatonically depressed about the internet for 3 hours, and that was fine.
And now you're actually pretty happy with your connection.
My connection is absolutely delicious. 0 drop frames, bitrate kicking it in the dick. We've been going an hour and a bit. The camera's been spot on. I'm tempting fate like a cunt here. Jesus. He's a contrastar. Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying that either they're evil people for believing the cancel culture shit, but if you're just whinging, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I think in constitutional crisis kind of ranks a bit higher than this issue.
Yeah,
right
Peter's said, and I after our aborted previous attempt at a happy hour, I did actually ended up being a couple of streams doing my bookmarks, and one of them was Peter tweeting this out, and they'd written under it, or the comment with the link was, my life's work. And I just thought to myself, I'll get it up.
What?
Yeah, and my whole comment was, what a shit life. There it is. Whoa! The Bronx blogger literally just what? Tread lightly for you tread on their life. There you go. I didn't even need to go into my bookmarks. They'd already done it for me. Thank you, Bronx blogger. Yeah, here's my life's work. Well, your life was pointless. If this is your life's work, it's a joke, I know, but come on.
Yeah, I'd probably point to one of my publications, or the set of them, as living beyond me and making a contribution and knowledge in a small way.
He's got children. Are they not your life's work? They will literally live on beyond you. So
yeah.
Well, until Corona kills us all, obviously.
Yeah, or an asteroid.
Or an asteroid. Or Trump goes, fuck it, I'm not doing the handover in January. Nuclear explosions.
Yeah, yes. Just a little dip. He just told Bob Woodward about a secret weapons program. Just told it to him. He's not even Putin knows about it, not Xi.
In a recorded message. Yeah, that's fine. Recorded conversation.
And I kind of feel like that part of the book reveals is being overshadowed entirely because of the whole of course we know he knew. We've been watching him. Of course he knew. He literally sat in with meetings with smart people and he must have picked up something. Yeah. But that, he literally violated our national security and people, anyway. So yeah, sorry, back to this rubbish.
Complex. We are atomized, meaning the individual is the base unit of society. Social relations aren't arranged cooperatively, but so that we act alone and primarily in self-interest. And almost anything that mediates our...
I'm sorry. That's just, empirically wrong. Like, there's a reason why there's a bunch of charitable organizations and volunteer organizations, and people preserve the past, and taxpayer money is spent on museums and libraries and public education. The idea that we're atomized, therefore, whatever that was, that we don't have altruistic or collective efforts that are monumental in society changing is,
Sorry.
I can't see how you sustain that.
Haruka's absolutely nailing it in the dick tonight.
I told you.
COVID-19 cancels Herman Cain.
That's a very, very dark joke to laugh at. And if he wasn't such an awful human being, I would feel so bad about that, but I can't.
Indeed. Oh, yeah, and the UK is going into lockdown. Actually, I tweeted this out, didn't I? I'll get my Twitter back up. Fuck it.
Yeah, settle in for a 4-hour episode. I've got pizza, like I said, so
exactly.
You've got cookies and soda. So
yeah, because I'm a 12-year-old. Where are we? Oh yeah, I tweeted that out. Joe Biden with a really good video actually, comparing the conversation with Woodward to the things he actually said.
Yep. Yeah, that's all you have to do. That's the ad.
Yeah, this.
He makes them for us.
Yeah, but Birmingham is where I live, and Sandwell is nearby, and Solihull is where I went to school, actually. Yeah, so because of all this, right, we're going into like a second kind of pseudo-lockdown where households won't be allowed to mix. Now, it doesn't mean race mixing, because that would obviously be obviously terrible. We need to race mix as much as possible. But...
white genocide.
From a different... Exactly. I'm dreaming of a white genocide in Minecraft. Yeah, so that's going to happen. But as I mentioned, the schools are still going to be open. So what's the fucking point? We're just going to be inconvenienced and still die. I also put, thanks at Boris Johnson, you useless, incompetent bumble cunt.
That's a good word. I also want to ask you about this stupid law they're trying to pass that's going to tear up the Good Friday Accords, but we can do that on another show if you want.
Well, I've already done a show on that. I did a show, which you should watch, called Britain's Descent into Far-Right Authoritarianism, where I mentioned that, yes. Yeah,
okay.
Basically, the British government stood up in Parliament and admitted they intend to break international law. But only in a limited and specific way, to which I asked, name me a crime you can commit that is unspecific and eternal. What do you mean? What the fuck does that mean, you dickheads? Anyway.
I had bookmarked a news coverage of Nancy Pelosi, who had made a public statement saying that if UK doesn't uphold the Good Friday Accords, that Johnson will not get a congressionally approved trade deal with the United States.
And neither should he, because the whole point is, what is the point of anyone making an agreement with us at all when we signed into law that agreement, right? Boris Johnson won a general election precisely on that agreement. We had an oven-ready deal, right? That was literally the phrase he used, an oven-ready deal, with the EU withdrawal agreement, but he needed a majority in Parliament to get it passed. The British public gave him a majority, I think really stupidly, obviously. They passed it, and now he's saying the thing he won a general election on never really made sense. That was the phrase he used about it. His government's illegitimate, completely fucking illegitimate, and no country should trust a fucking word we say. Because as soon as it becomes inconvenient, we'll break that law. Who cares? We're this close to being a rogue state now.
Yeah, and happily, Nancy Pelosi stood up and said it because Mitch McConnell didn't, and Donald Trump wouldn't. Yeah. So she is there speaking for her branch of Congress, and she's like, I wanted to give her props on that. She's basically doing foreign, diplomacy in a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. And America, I think, should be, because there was an American general or Canadian, I can't remember, a North American general that went over and negotiated all of that. There was Bill Clinton put a lot into trying to stop the flow of, because partly, basically, Americans don't really understand Ireland, but because their ancestors were from there, they give money to things. And so both sides were being funded by American money for years and years. Thanks. Anyway, so that was, that was cut off, which forced them to the table, basically. And America put a lot into making sure that thing happened. Bill Clinton spent a lot of political foreign capital, so to speak, on making sure that happened. And it was a huge achievement, and America should be proud of its role in that. And so to see that being thrown asunder on Boris Johnson's altar of fucking ego,
unilaterally decided.
Yeah, that America should be pissed off at that. Anyway. So anyway, yeah, my country's shit, but the important issue is not the return of civil war in a major NATO country. That's no, don't be silly. No, it's cancel culture.
Mm-hmm.
Interactions manifests as some form of market, forcing an exchange dynamic into our everyday activity. Very complex.
Drink.
Yeah.
Hi, Movie Bob. Cancel culture is, as I said...
I can't help. Why is Kristi with an E Winters being missed out from that name? Why is Movie Bob getting some love and Kristi's just being left out? Kristi with an E's being left out of this. Outrageous.
Petty as fuck.
They are absolutely ridiculous.
Petty as fuck. Isn't this whole video now cancel culture on Movie Bob?
Kind of, yeah. In a video where they're railing against cancel culture, they specifically call out a specific individual for believing things they don't like. The hypocrisy is delicious.
Off the charts. I just want to say petty as fuck.
Yeah, very, very petty. Very. Unbelievably fucking childish and moronic. But there we go.
That's probably the only thing about this video I like so far.
Well, no, I don't know why, because your almost namesake didn't get a mention. What's going on there? Outrageous.
All previously mentioned phenomena, from Mao to the pillories to New Jack City. However, the way it works, I believe, could not have existed in any prior time. To illustrate this, I'd like to give you another definition of cancel culture, this time from a marketer.
In an interview, marketing executive Emma Monks put it this way. The term cancel culture describes a mass online public reaction to perceived wrongs done by an individual or entity by withdrawing support or consumer patronage.
If neoliberalism...
Fuck's sake. Drink. Actually, yeah, he mentions it far more than they mention it far more than I remember. I thought they just mentioned it like once or twice. But but anyway.
That's at least 5 times.
Yeah, ridiculous. Anyway, they at least that definition, which is basically the same but reworded, has like a name attached to it and like their profession, whereas Urban Dictionary is just some prick.
Yeah. Why not start with that one?
Yeah. Yeah,
why
that
not
one would have
save everyone 7 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, by all means.
It's just that, the thing is about that definition is that it's limited to social media. I mean, you're talking to a marketer, and they have it in quotes, cancel culture. So they're talking about it, like cancel culture without the quotes, I think is a more generic phenomenon. Whereas when you talk about cancel culture as it's spoken about today, it tends to be mostly in online spaces. Although it's kind of drifted a little bit more into like Trump, there was a sort of cancel culture mantra that lasted for about 10 days in the Trump circles. But
well, yeah, because Trump mentioned it at the speech he did at Rushmore. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And then
yes.
So all these fucking boomer pricks who vote for Trump were like, yeah, we're against the cancel culture. And then the medicines wore off and they were like, what? What's that mean? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, so they could have really saved us all like 5 minutes and just used this one from the beginning instead of just saying what it's not 3 or 4 different ways.
Yeah, because it basically means the same thing anyway. But the thing is, they've clearly they're chosen one that specifically applies to social media.
Yes.
But they are not, I repeat, not a terminally online person.
No, they're a big thinker about the big ideas around the world, not just online interactions.
Exactly. You're definitely some big-brained activity, some high-level ideas, to coin a phrase.
Very. Yes.
Yeah. Is the justifying ideology of capitalism. It is. And it refers to the state and privately held entities making use of market mechanisms to process and manage people.
But that's not quite true either, is it? Because neoliberalism is a relatively new concept from like the 50s or 60s and didn't become prominent until like the late 70s, really. Anyway, and capitalism existed a long time before then and had other particular justifying things like imperialism, for instance.
Yes. And all of the social behaviors are manifesting through an instrument, which is a new digital structure. But it has nothing to do with capitalism, other than the fact that it's the background economy against which these things are happening.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to say Peter is simple, because so when I say this, don't take it that way. But to a simple mind, looking at the pre-existing, so going back again way before capitalism, human interaction model or whatever. Again, pattern relation going on here, Peter. I know you like to condescend to other people about that, whilst not doing it yourself. The interaction where, I mean, it's now called clout chasing, right? That's always existed.
Yep.
Going after someone who's prominent. Again, the fucking letters and shit written by Shakespeare and other playwrights at the time, they fucking hated each other. Some of the poems they would write about, you know, what do you call him? What's the fucking phrase? The special kind of poem that Shakespeare would write.
Well, you mean a sonnet?
A sonnet. They would write sonnets about one another, which were essentially diss tracks of their age. In essence, it's no different, and it's the same clout chasing shit. Smaller people would try and make a name for themselves by dissing Shakespeare or fucking Marlowe or whoever. That's always happened. It's no different now. Just because it's capitalism and the clout chasing involves capital or capitalist money transfer doesn't make the essential clout chasing element of it any different from the way in which the ancient Romans would do it. You know, by writing, you know, such and such senator has a tiny cock on a wall. That literally happened. People would do that. The Romans were obsessed with the size of their genitals. Not that different to today, I suppose, but they had to like carve it on a wall rather than writing "You've got a dry ass pussy"
obscenity laws back then.
on Twitter. Yeah, and so it's no different. So to a simple mind, they think, well, capitalism exists, and this thing is happening in the capitalist mode because it has to, because that's the capitalist world we live in. But the same things were happening before capitalism ever existed. It's just
this is why
it's happening in a capitalist world, so it slightly adapts the way in which it happens, but that's all.
This is why I think we agree that Peter is a class reductionist, because any topic, they can take literally any topic and explain to you how it's essentially a product of, linked to, and caused in some ways by or incentivized by capitalism. Like, then, but if you can explain everything, then you've actually explained nothing.
Yeah.
A theory that explains everything, you can't actually like do anything with it. You have theories that talk very narrowly about a specific set of circumstances. You can start to try to change the circumstances. Yeah. But anyway, class reductionism.
Yes. But he's still not a Nazbol, but he is a class reductionist.
Yes.
Cunt! Fuck, stop it.
Who are you talking to?
Me. I'm chastising myself now.
Oh, did you say he again? I missed it, sorry.
Because I'm a fucking idiot, and it's annoying me now, because I forget.
Yeah.
But they've got a beard. A beard in my head is man, and I know that's not right. Duh.
It's like I said, going from a cis binary into a spectrum, or to be inclusive in that way. It's a changing of a sort of framework of how you see the world, and it takes effort. So we're fucking up a lot, or at least too much. But at least
you aren't doing so badly. I am fucking up a lot.
Well,
and it's
I think
really
I caught myself
frustrating.
at least a couple times.
Anyway.
We'll learn.
Yeah.
We're making the effort. People can't say we're not. This is,
I am desperately trying. That you can, however much you might want to criticise me, you can't say I'm not giving it my fucking all, because I'm sweating. I'm sweating spinal fluid.
Sources, information, culture, and all other things it does, then cancel culture, which is, in fact, a thing, might just have something to do with it. Part 2. Market logic and public shaming. Let's say you're in a society ruled by the free market. It's a fun sentence, isn't it? Just like in previous societies, people are gonna do stuff you don't want them to. But if you strap people to a pole and beat them in the town square when they said the market is an unjust mechanism for appropriating resources and wealth, then it gets a lot harder to conflate the market with freedom, because in absolutely no sense is the market free. At all! Like, using
I'm sorry.
of the word.
Pause. Okay, can you translate that from Peter into coherent? That little idea.
Okay. I think what Peter is trying to say there, and apologies if I get this wrong, but what I think they're trying to say is that as we mentioned earlier, there were physical punishments for going against
feudalism.
the system back in the day, right?
Well, still, even under capitalism and capital punishment and cutting off people's hands in the 1800s and shit.
Yeah. Well, I would still argue imprisonment is basically the same thing. You're physically taking someone in handcuffs and locking them in a cage for years, minus like an hour a day to exercise or whatever. Anyway, so the reason they are saying now that there's a difference between the difference you see in the Peter or ContraPoint 7 suffered a physical thing is because the free market of the free market capitalism doesn't want to associate itself with that kind of repressive punishment. So it's created a system whereby the people monitor themselves, and they literally bring up later the panopticon concept, which is like the prison that everyone looks at each other and which is a bit ridiculous, really, because then it just means any criticism can just be hand waved away as, well, you're just a stooge of the market.
Yes,
rather than you're just someone on Twitter who's annoyed that you said a transphobic thing or whatever. I'm not accusing them of doing that. I'm just, an example.
Giving a random example, yes. That's kind of what I thought that weird side shift shuffle move that they were doing was. Like, let me explain how... I mean, the thing is, capitalism doesn't give a fuck about oppression. I mean, isn't that one of the big criticisms of capitalism? Slave labor it coexists. It did in the American South for centuries. Workhouses
it's
and
that it's entirely amoral.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it can make more money by enslaving people, it will.
He's basically saying capitalism is virtue signaling.
In a way, I think so. Yeah, which is phenomenally stupid.
Capitalism doesn't want to be associated with it, but that's the cheapest way to get labor. I mean, actually, slavery isn't that economically efficient.
No.
And
actually, slave societies collapsed partly because of that. Yeah.
Forcing people's own expenses on them is a far more efficient way to, do that. I don't get that. No, not convinced. I mean, I think your explanation was kind of what I thought I heard, but then I thought that makes no sense. Maybe I misunderstood
it's nonsense.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nonsense.
All right. Just
this whole
working it out as we go.
And that's the core of their argument here, is that they're trying to delegitimize criticism of them as being, well, you're just a stooge of capitalism, and I'm a cool socialist person. So, and you think, oh, that's so fucking shit.
That's not at all class reductionist.
Because then, not only is it class reductionist.
Everything is about class, even like insults.
But exactly. Yeah, even you criticising me online for being a prick is you being a stooge of the bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. But not just that, but they forget, as with the... I said this to the manosphere pricks in the past about the SJW thing. Once you've created that paradigm where you can delegitimise someone with just a phrase, it'll be used against you. And it all was. Every person on the right who uses that phrase or used that phrase had that phrase used against them. And the same is true here. Now you've created the system whereby, or the quote-unquote justifying ideology, that you can basically say, oh, well, all criticism of me is merely you doing the work of Jeff Bezos or whatever.
Yes.
That can be used against you. When you criticise Movie Bob and Kristi with an E. Winters, that's clearly just you doing the work of Google. It's bollocks.
The thing is, I find this, well, it's not all Marxists, # not all Marxists, but I had two friends in particular that I went through my master's and then PhD program with. Both of them were pretty committed Marxist, and both of them were also very high level thinkers, levels of abstractions where it's more like thought experiments, as opposed to being grounded in reality. And one of the things that they both had to
by the way,
is
interesting because Marx literally warned against that. But anyway.
Yeah, that's materialism, right? They would say something and then just kind of keep talking, not letting you get in. And by the end of it,
what that's like.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they'd given you 15 different things that you wanted to actually raise, but you can't deal with all. It's kind of a gish gallop.
Yeah, I think it's. To be fair, I think it's with pseudo intellectuals. It's like an unintentional gish gallop, but it works the same way in practice. Yeah.
And then they use language very much in their discipline or within their vocabulary, rather than saying, I'm talking to someone who won't understand what this means, so I'm going to explain it to someone like it's a language, and I'm going to define my concepts. And then
Yeah, Marxists, well, not just Marxists, the left as a whole has such a vocabulary problem. It's awful. Terms like the dictatorship of the proletariat sounds horrific To any normal person, that sounds like, look, fuck off away from me. I don't know what that means, but it sounds horrible. It sounds whereas actually it's just the people take control of the governing structure. That's all that is. It's not some big, scary, horrible dystopia. But it sounds awful. So maybe describe it in a way where people can understand the thing you're trying to... Like, language exists for you to communicate concepts to people. So are you using things which are so fucking diffuse and away from what they're actually intending to convey to people is counterproductive and stupid. Stop.
Yeah. I mean, for me, what is one of the more... so I compare this to the right, I should say. I start at the beginning of my thought, not in the middle of it, which I tend to do a lot, and I think I'm doing right now. But on the right, they are simple. They use simple words and powerful emotions. And they're very personal emotions. They're like fear and anger and alienation or entitlement. Whereas we tend on the left to be more aspirational and collective in our what we consider the good to be. But I looked at, like the Lincoln Project. They took an issue like patriotism, and they were the ones who linked it up with Black Lives Matter. We watched part of those ads where they had people protesting and talking about, free speech and whatever, being against Trump and his fascism. And I just realized now that I'm really embarrassed that it took a sort of center-right group to be able to find a patriotic way to incorporate Black Lives Matter, and we on the left haven't. Because for a lot of people in whatever country you are, patriotism is a very powerful emotion. And if you can define it in a way that the left sees it, it's about making our country better, always. Like, we'll never be the best. That's the point of progressivism. But those people want to rest on their laurels and look back to the past on the right.
Well,
so again, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Trump absolutely summed up that perfectly in his stupid way. He didn't mean to. But in the week when he was being questioned about why you lied, and he was going about, not trying to cause a panic, and he said, I'm a cheerleader for America. Yeah. And that's true. He and his group absolutely are that. Cheerleaders are there to morale boost in the face of reality. You're 50 points down, they're still cheering. Yep. And they're there to chant...
The scoreboard's broken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fake news. That scoreboard's fake news. Fuck it.
Yeah.
And to chant meaningless slogans that aren't true, like we're the best team in the world. No, you're not. You're a high school basketball team. Shut up. Right? That's exactly what Trump does. He is a cheerleader, and that's ultimately the opposite of patriotism because nothing can be fixed. And I said this about the Trump and COVID. It's the same with all these populists. Right-wing sort of fascistic bullshit, they can't admit the weakness of, we've got this sickness problem, so we need to deal with that. No, everything has to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect, it has to appear
because of the enemy.
Perfect.
Yes. It is perfect except for the enemy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need the enemy.
Right. If we just get rid of them, then it'll be or
Mexicans,
Antifa, BLM, Yeah.
Well, did you see the Kansas City Chiefs get booed?
Yeah.
For linking arms. Not even. I mean, you shouldn't boo this either, but not even the kneeling during the thing. They were just linking arms in unity. Black and white players linking arms in unity. That was too much. The Kansas City crowd booed, and those people should be ashamed of themselves.
I think, there are a lot of white people who are standing up for justice who, for about 5 minutes, understand what it's like to be a black person in America all the time.
Yeah.
Because if you're standing with somebody and a bunch of people are screaming hate at you, it's probably the first time you've been racially attacked in your life as a white person, other than like honky cracker mayo bullshit, which is just laughable. Yeah. But actually like violence and anger and threats.
A completely abstract version of that, but a fantastic thing I saw, I can't remember where I saw it. It was online, I read it. It was an amazing bit of schoolwork that a kid put in the 1940s, just coming up to the end of the Second World War. It was a black kid in America, and they were asked how Hitler should be punished after the war, and the black kid literally wrote that they should paint him black and send him to America.
Wow.
Live out the rest of his days as a black person as a punishment.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think a kid that just
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Yep.
Also, that kid's amazing. I hope they went on to do awesome shit. They're probably dead now.
1940s, 20, they'd be getting on in their 80s. But of course they're a black person, so probably not. No, not with the 10-year life and length difference.
Indeed. But on that
depressing note, Let's get back to the important stuff.
Yeah, let's get back. Exactly. Racism.
Not disparity in health outcomes.
No, disparity in health outcomes. Police brutality and murders. The fact that the western half of America is literally on fire. No. Cancel culture.
Specifically
Seriously,
Twitter.
You have to have power to operate in the market, and power has been extremely unevenly distributed, so there's a class that has infinitely more power than most other people in the world, and it's called the owning class, or the ruling class, or those folks, the elite, whatever we want to call them. You know who they are. And if you...
Jews?
The thing is, I'm thinking about, that's actually not how things work on social media.
Yeah.
Disney
By the way,
isn't the most powerful account.
I said Jews, knowing that he does the bit now where he says, "No, I don't mean the Jews." That's the joke. I'm preempting
okay. You're in
them.
Okay, them. Yes. It's still. I don't. The whole thing that the people with the money, the influence, have the power doesn't translate to social media. Social media is far more democratized in that way because you can just catch on fire and then have more followers than Disney or Google or YouTube. Like, who follows YouTube?
I think I follow Team YouTube because they helped me out when my channel was like blocked. But that's about it.
But not just generically YouTube.
No, who cares about YouTube?
Like, I don't know. We could check, but I'm just saying, like, that's not how the dynamics of power and influence on social media work. Your internet connection is unstable.
Is it?
Is that mine or yours? Maybe that was mine.
If it's appearing on your screen, it's you. You sausage. My internet connection is fucking delicious. Behave yourself.
Must have been mine then.
Fuck it, I'm doing an internet speed check.
You're
Live.
so proud of this now.
Look at that! Off the chart. That was at 4 the other day. 108. That'll do you. Absolutely kicking it in the cock. Oh, that one's struggling a bit, but it'll do.
Well, that's a different metric.
I don't care. Anyway.
It's probably still better than 0.41.
0.14. Very fast. My internet connection is very fast. Anyway, if only I'd listened to Kristi at all in my life.
Years ago.
Yeah. Oh, actually, that was on the wrong screen. People didn't see that, did they?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, we'll do it.
Oh, yeah, I saw. I was watching our screen. You going to do your test again?
Yeah, fuck it. I'll put it on the wrong tab. Apologies, everybody. Now you can see it. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. It's fucking delicious.
You just want another reason to watch it again, didn't you?
Yeah. Absolutely.
7.8. That's it. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It said very fast. That's
yeah, it's fine. I think mine's like around 6 or 7 or something. I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
I've got
because it's
better
not a
internet
problem
than you. Look at that, very fast. Kiss my balls.
Everybody in the chat have that mental image now.
Exactly. By the way, I've drunk too much. I need a piss.
Oh, so you're going to need to take a break.
I am going to need to take a break. I'll turn my camera off. Well, actually, I'll just...
You should mute your mic, more importantly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because we're back in the room where you can hear my neighbours flush their toilet. Thankfully, they haven't so far, but...
yeah, I can also hear you flush your toilet with that mic back where it is, so you might want to mute yourself.
Oh, well, I will then. Kristi, take over. I'll leave that picture, that amazing still shot of Peter on the screen for you.
That's great. Perfect picture. Yeah. Honestly, you guys don't want to hear that sound. I don't want us to become like the show where everyone goes and just gets a clip of Kevin in the back room peeing. I think we can still hear it. I shouldn't point this out. Anyway, yeah, you guys in the chat, you've been doing great tonight. Really doing a lot of good jokes. I've been a little distracted from the conversation because I was trying to figure out that word salad that Peter was saying. But what do people have to say? John Henry Beck says, Peter is producing video for the mass audience, so niche jargon is kind of a problem. That's very, very true. I think people and it's not just like people on the left. However, that is one I see a lot. And there is a real barrier of entry in just learning what the terms are. Even if you have generally the same values, you can feel very excluded because people will be using terms or referring to things that you might not know about. So, I mean, there's a good time and place for having those kinds of discussions where you can speak very efficiently because everyone's working from a much deeper understanding. But when you're doing public videos, yeah, you kind of have to always think about the person who's coming to your video for the first time. Assume they're smart, but they don't know the topic. Could they follow it? you know, just watching it the first time through. Let's see what we got. Kevin Logan cancels high latency. Very good, Haruka. It'll be faster when the bandwidth isn't tied up with the internet. Don't know what that. Oh, like he's not streaming. Yeah. This is not the quartering. What was that about? I did fill up my D&D game, Orion. The person who's joining us, I won't reveal it. It will be an opportunity for them to introduce themselves at the game.
Adolf Hitler.
It's not, no. But I am really excited. I was prepping this the next session, and I'm very excited because at the end of it, they're going to get, if they do everything right, they might get a reward. And it's a really, really cool reward. So, all right. So I wasn't being geeky the whole time talking about D&D. Actually, someone said that you'd cancel, what was it? High latency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You canceled lagging.
Yeah. No, I know what high latency is. It's one of the few things I do know. I've had enough fucking experience with it. Jesus.
I don't, because I don't have a problem like that. But yay, there you go. I learned something.
Yeah, basically means lagging. Yeah. Lots of lag. Anyway,
so we're 12 minutes in.
As much as it, fucking hell, nearly 2 hours. Yeah, we are. Should we go 1.5 speed?
I was thinking about it, and then I'm wondering if they're going to become incomprehensible. But let's try it. If nothing else, it'll be a lark.
Playback speed.
That's an old-fashioned kind of UK term.
Yeah, that is. And as much as it hurts me to have to get rid of that screenshot, we are going to have to hit play. So. Take
a picture, make it a thumbnail.
Okay, hang on. My fucking thingamajig at 90 degrees to me. So there we go. I don't know if the screenshotty thing where it goes black showed up on the screen.
Yep, it did. It did.
Awesome. Okay. Let's do this. Did you not need to go to the toilet at all?
Well, not right now, but I will take a break with.
Oh, look at Kristi with a functioning bladder.
Think that I mean
sipping
Jews,
my
not
water.
easy, right
I've been
up, 'cause I
downing
don't.
soda.
I do not mean Jews. I mean capitalists. And we can't have people figuring that out, can we?
Yeah.
That's why the Jew thing is so useful. But we don't need everyone to be a Nazi. Most people, we just need to think the market straightforwardly supplies what is demanded, and that all aspects of our lives are trustable to this mechanism.
Yeah, this works.
It is superior to human understanding, you see.
Ignore all that privatization of the...
I said this works. As in, like, you can understand what he's saying, don't you?
Kristi? They. Yeah. Did I mute myself?
Shit, sorry.
Yeah.
No, you were. Well, no, I meant like you. I said that works. You can understand, and you didn't respond.
Yeah, I was just kind of processing because you have to remember, I'm taking them at their word and I'm trying to follow their logic, which I'm buffering. Basically, that's me buffering.
Kevin Logan cancels my eardrums by smacking the microphone.
Yeah, Flint likes that. The thing that
Flint was on last night with me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was doing.
That's awesome.
I was doing. When I'd finally worked out if you plug the thing in, the thing that Kristi had been telling me to do for years, and I literally went out and bought the fucking Ethernet cable, specifically because she said you should buy an Ethernet cable and plug it in. Anyway, yeah, once I'd worked that out, I was like, anyone want to come on? And Flint came on. They speak a little bit like a pirate.
That makes me.
And they had knowledge about Tibet that I wasn't aware they had. So.
Oh. Wow, another exciting new find.
They're from Glastonbury in Somerset.
Yes.
These are the things I now know about Flint.
Basically, there are a lot of things that Peter said about capitalism that I find highly questionable. Oh, he was strawmanning people who think that the market provides everything that we want, like it'll supply for all our demands. Yeah. And it's just not that important to go back. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of, I think, straw person arguments being set up here.
No, you can't. Hang on, you can't misgender a pile of straw.
Okay, straw man arguments. In that again, they're not quoting somebody saying that. They're attributing it in order to make them look as bad as possible. And I generally think when you straw man your opponent, you actually give them more strength, because if you go after their best argument or their most robust, right? We have famously robust defense of their position, and you can take it down. What do they have left? Whereas if you misrepresent them, they can easily turn that into the issue as opposed to what you're actually arguing. So I think tactically it's better to go after their strengths than their weaknesses, or your weaknesses that you invented.
Exactly. You need to steel person their arguments.
Yes, precisely. That's what I try to do in my debates, in my openings.
Yes.
the public sphere, that deregulation of the corporate sector, and that lowering of wealth and corporate taxes paid for with cuts to public spending. Ignore it all.
This is the end of history, baby. We're not doing that system shit anymore. That is so 2000 and late. Wait a second. Why are you looting that Target? Why are you burning down that Wendy's? Why the hell are you trying to...
I think Peter might be white.
What?
So
Well, how do we-
2000 and late. Like, oh.
Yeah, that is pretty dated as a reference.
If they start doing some fucking Stefan Molyneux rapping shit, I'm done. I'm done.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Honestly, the words just go out of my head. There's so many. I can't keep them when they talk. Like there's so many ideas, and they just start to float away like bubbles. I'm forever blowing bubbles.
Oh no, he's doing something. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, Rory Katz was. Yeah.
All right, hit play.
Bring back a criticism of institutionalized power. You are canceled. I mean, that's not exactly how it goes. In fact, your perception might be quite different.
It's not at all how it
Cancel
goes.
culture is often portrayed in media as a form of mob justice, the rabble getting out of control. But I'd argue notable examples of mob justice generally serve some form of institutional power. Take lynching in the U.S. South post-slavery. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Wait. Sorry. Social cancel culture is completely different from lynching.
Well,
you
say that, Kristi, but clearly they are exactly the same thing because Peter is setting that up, so they must be the same.
I honestly can't believe they're doing this. I mean, I know you made this argument.
Reasons.
You made this point before that they're comparing their situation now to the murder.
Yeah.
Unaccountable, no one was ever held accountable for those murders, kind of execution in order to instill a fear in an entire community.
Yeah, they absolutely are, yeah. Completely.
This is like
But they then go on after this to say, well, I'm not comparing what happened to me to lynching. But you just did.
But yeah. I mean, this to me is like peak white progressivism.
Yeah.
It's this white-centered view of the world that if I just talk about my experiences, everybody will be able to relate to me. And really, white people are the only people who think like that. That they can just talk about themselves and everyone else will just have that experience and can relate. Yeah. Because they are so universal. Like, no, you're in a position of a massive privilege.
Because the white experience is the default.
Yes.
So if you had a different experience, you're the weird one.
Yeah, and there's no intersectionality going on here at all.
Well, you say that,
but
clearly,
intersectionality.
People who were being lynched, I'm sure, were just, they'd say to themselves, well, please don't lynch me, Mr. Buck Riley III of Utah, because you would be serving neoliberalism.
Yeah.
And they got lynched. But thankfully, they did still have a 200,000 YouTube channel, so swings and roundabouts, I guess.
The mute button worked really well in the 1960s civil rights movement. Like blocking people, totally such a way to stop violence against people who are trying to get their basic rights.
The police had a block button called hosing people down.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically the same. But Fred Hampton got murdered by the police in Chicago. It's exactly the same as someone criticising Peter on Twitter.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Same thing.
Like, Peter, just use the mute button.
Did you ever read Peter's fantastic tweet from a Birmingham jail? Absolutely seminal. 240 characters. Delicious. That is a deep cut, which is pretty close to the fucking bone. But I like the way that does the problematic thing. Yeah, it is problematic. You're comparing someone criticising you to people being killed.
Murdered.
People being fucking killed.
Executed.
Strung up from trees and their corpse desecrated, thrown into a fucking fire. The two things are so unbelievably beyond even problematic to compare.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Racism is a simple one-word explanation for why that happened, and I'd assert you'd be wrong. When we don't specify otherwise, we default the motive of racism to be primarily about individuals' opinion on race. Racism is much, much more complicated than that, and not just as an explanation for why lynching happened. While fear of the other, xenophobia, and demagoguery existed before the United States, and we might look back through history and characterize a lot of that as racism, we didn't really have the current concept of race until we invented race science, which, as you may know, is not so much actual science, but rather a justifying ideology for how the United States...
They go into rather a lot of detail for the next couple of minutes about how the justification for lynching wasn't just racism. Like, you can't explain it completely, which no one ever would, because obviously it's much more complex than just saying they were racist. Because I mean,
it's about power.
Why were they allowed to do it? Why was? I mean,
Yeah.
in some cases they were encouraged by officials to do it against people they didn't like or whatever. Yeah, so obviously people are fully aware that it's much more complex than just they were racist. Like, yeah, of course. So they go through this list of like explaining that, and then as if to say, well, the simple explanation isn't necessarily the complete thing. Yeah, we know. This is superfluous bullshit.
Also,
to make them sound intelligent, because it's pseudo-intellectual nonsense.
When does he date race science? Is that different from science? Sorry, yes, thank you. See, I was fucking up too. When do they differentiate that from like scientific racism? I mean, are those two different concepts that they are thinking of, or are they thinking about like some sort of Enlightenment notion of racism?
No, I think they're basically saying that's the race science and scientific racism are the same basic thing. So I presume like, I don't know, early 19th century or something. Maybe.
Well, okay, but obviously race as a concept in terms of white and black existed well before then. You can very much link to the creation of whiteness to the colonies, the American colonies.
Yeah. Well, concepts of race have completely changed and altered over time. I think we talked about this before. Like the Romans were Roman citizens and everyone else. Those were the two races, you know.
Yeah, and you had people who would live peacefully together in the colonies in America who would be killing each other over religious problems if they were back in Europe. That their whiteness sort of like differentiated them from black slaves.
My favourite quote to bring up with white nationalists, they're going about, my lineage goes back to the ancient Romans and the ancient Greeks, is the quote from Plato describing the peoples of Northern Europe, so white people, as backward savages.
Yeah.
So the people you think were your like forebears and all the rest of it would have despised you as backward savages. So I mean, it may be whiteness isn't really like a thing.
Yeah. Also, why do these sort of white supremacist groups always try to ally themselves with like really smart white people and never the shitty white people? Like they're super selective about who they're proud of, but they're share skin color with a bunch of people who are complete shit as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't just pick out the best and go, this represents us. Like no, all this shit.
Yeah,
Ted Bundy represents you.
Exactly, Honey Boo Boo.
Isn't that a child?
Not that I'm saying Honey Boo Boo is the same thing as Ted Bundy, but there are ranges of like stupidity and or evil. Although it's a matter of time before Honey Boo Boo is found to have body parts in their fridge. I think it's a matter of time. Come on.
Is it Honey Boo Boo the mom?
I don't know. Isn't it? Yeah, the mom from the show with the beauty pageants or some shit. I don't watch crap. I don't fucking know.
You just know the cultural references.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Just plucked a name
Honey
out
Boo
of
Boo is a stupid white person. That's the thing I know. That's the only aspect of that person. That could be the most complex, interesting character ever, but all I know is they're a stupid white person. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we know you're anti-white racism, Kevin.
Well, exactly, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, this is the anti-white hour with Kristi and Kevin. Anyway.
No, Honey Boo Boo is the kid. So you can't be that. Yeah.
Well, they're probably not a kid anymore, and they're probably still stupid, so...
No.
No.
Come on, kids are off limits. I think she was only like mostly in her early teens. She can't be even 18 yet.
Well, she must be an adult now. Oh, don't make me fucking Google Honey
Just
Boo Boo.
Just say the mom of Honey Boo Boo.
No,
okay, fine. We're gonna
Honey Boo Boo. I presume that's how it's spelled. Here comes Honey Boo Boo is a thing. Okay, Honey Boo Boo child Alana Thompson. Give me an age.
Oh,
no, it's the Shannon family.
Yeah, go back one.
Why did he go to the Shannon family? What?
Maybe her name is Anne something. You have to scroll down to her legal name. What's her? Have you hover on it? Alana.
Yeah, and if you go there, the Shannon family is an American family. So I don't know what that's about.
Well, she was 6 years old when the first season was filmed, and it came out. What was the first year? 2012. So she's 2006. So she's what, 14 now?
Oh, okay. The mum of Honey Boo Boo then, Jesus. Who is apparently, oh Jesus, Jessica Chubbs Shannon.
Oh, it's her nickname, huh?
Yeah, there's also Anna Chickadee. There's Mama June Shannon. Oh, actually, maybe it's Mama June, I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably Mama June.
Pumpkin and Sugar Bear.
It sounds like gummy bear. It sounds like
I
something.
mean, I'll be honest. I think
candidates.
Honey Boo Boo is the kind of thing that the only purpose it will serve in the future will be when the aliens discover our long dead civilization.
How do they last this long?
They'll despise us.
How did they make it all the way to nuclear?
Yeah.
The species was subpar.
Mama June Shannon was seen with the man who molested her eldest child, and the father with another child, prompting Shannon to admit to it. The two men were both registered sex offenders. Wow, that show was darker than I ever thought.
Whoa, yeah, the show.
Although it just say clarification needed,
kidding.
So I don't know. But I mean,
yeah, I think there's probably some vanity.
Either way, I think we need to backpedal from Honey Boo Boo pretty quick.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, the Peter.
And its brand of capitalist society was being built. You see, the Founding Fathers drew a map to the location of the national treasure, and on the back of it, they chartered the Declaration of Independence, which explicitly stated that all men are created equal. Now, if all men were created equal, then kidnapping a bunch, categorizing them as property, and forcing them into unpaid labor would be kind of an atrocity. And it's also a thing they were doing a pretty large amount of, all things considered. So what to do about that? Well, you could stop, but that would slow the development of your budding nation state a bit. Any alternatives to that? Oh, what's that, you say? Creating scientific-sounding designations to rob people of their status as a human being? Yeah, that could work. Race is a false classification. It's not based in legitimate biological differences or even any science. The modern concept of race is a political construction created to legitimize atrocities perpetuated by people in power to exploit people.
Hang on. Someone's clip. You can do this. You can clip. So, someone's clipped me out of context. 1 second. Honey Boo Boo. I presume that's how it's spelled. Here comes Honey Boo Boo is a thing. Okay. Honey Boo Boo. Child. Alana Thompson. Give me an age. Oh, give me an age. That doesn't sound good out of context. Okay. Anyway, thank you for
looking
that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Does that happen on Twitch?
Yeah, on Twitch, the viewers can clip any bit of your content, right? And like create a clip. And you can do it yourself. Like it's one of the ways you try and advertise your channel by having a shorter video as a taster bit or whatever. Which I don't do because I'm so lazy. Anyway, yeah, someone clipped that for some reason. They decided to do that. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Fun.
That's again another great still. Our still game is absolutely on fleek.
Your still game.
On fleek tonight. That's a reference from 2016.
Without power. And even when those atrocities became illegal, the fact former slaves could work very hard and not get anywhere needed to be explained and justified as well.
What does this have to do with cancel culture?
Pushing it, inundating the public sphere with it, then there really wouldn't have been a formal designation of race. And without race, the question, why are all black people treated as property if all men are created equal, has a bit more of a chance of coming up. It doesn't even really matter if those benefiting from slave labor even believed it either, though I'd wager plenty of them did. What matters is the ideology had the power of both state and capital behind it, and white people were conditioned to believe it. So now lynching starts to feel a little bit different, doesn't it? It's not just about how some group of individuals felt about black people, it's that the ruling class created and perpetuated ideology that instigates hatred via superficiality to justify state atrocities, and why a group of formerly enslaved people had a total lack of generational wealth or resources that could be utilized to achieve upward mobility. Is that really totally disconnected from institutions?
Right, but again, to justify state atrocity, not to justify people being mean to you on Facebook.
Yes. Also, there. Again, you're right. The beard really fucks with me.
Yeah, it doesn't help.
Their mechanism doesn't account for how it unraveled.
Yeah.
Their system accounts for how it was perpetuated and also linked to power and money and government and law and all that kind of stuff. But you need the seeds of something to undermine it, because it hasn't been a static, unchanging phenomenon since it was established.
Yeah.
Oh, is that then capitalism wants to virtue signal? That's what I think they would say.
Probably, yeah. But I think the general point they're trying to make here, I think that they're trying to set up, is the idea that that same approach has been taken to capitalism, and that the public, using the ruling class, the not Jews, totally go and get the ordinary folk to do the self-policing of the minority or the unwashed, whatever. And that's exactly what capitalism is doing by making you go after him on Twitter. He's literally comparing, they are literally comparing the lynching of black people to people going after them on Twitter.
That is so ridiculous.
Which is the stupidest thing they could have said.
The best thing they could have done is just talk about social media. Don't try to tie it to anybody being murdered. Just don't. Just don't. It would have been a shorter video too. So it had that going for it.
Something a mob did in a fit of passion? I don't really think so. I think the state engineered a situation where lynching made the world make sense. Now, canceling is obviously not something we should put on the same level as lynching, not that it stops anyone, but I believe they both serve to seemingly democratize the authority to punish on behalf of the social order in a similar way. However, I think the character of cancel culture is pretty unique to our time. I think a system of market incentives results in very consumer-like
Then why bring it up?
The participants really know.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that's completely unlike anything we've seen before, so let me compare it to murder.
Exactly, not just that. But I love the hypocrisy they show there of, we shouldn't put them on the same level, even though you just did. Then shows a clip of, but it doesn't stop people from doing it. So you're having a go at someone else for doing it, even though you were doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do.
Ridiculous.
No, they're participating on this level, so do they really have a choice? I'd say no. With that in mind, we're not just consumers, we're also kind of prisoners.
Do they have a
If you think of
choice?
prison as a big circle,
Of course they do.
Yeah, it's nonsense. And not just that, but if they don't have a choice, you can't be angry at them for doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be on Twitter and follow someone who follows this person or follow that person and then see their tweet and then have a reaction and then be motivated enough to reply.
Yeah. There are a series of very deliberate decisions one has to make.
Yeah,
in order
even
to
happenstance.
Yeah. Ridiculous. And like I say, if someone doesn't have a choice but to do a thing, you can't be angry when they do the thing. And yet you've made a 40-minute video which follows a month of you ranting at the people doing the thing you say they don't have a choice in doing.
Yes, they're conditioned, Peter. You should forgive them.
So Peter's now going to go on to claim that the incredibly dystopian concept of the panopticon is which is the circular prison where all the prisoners look and guard each other type situation, right? Basically, a euphemism for a complete kind of police state type scenario, right?
1984.
Yeah, 1984 Nazi Germany with informants to the Gestapo, that kind of dealio, right? Peter's going to compare that to the people being mean to them on Twitter. Yeah.
All right. Okay. It's like being in Nazi Germany. It's like living with the Stasi.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The woke scolds are exactly like the SS. They absolutely are.
Yeah. Of course. That makes so much sense.
Kristi with an E.
Peter said.
Kristi with an E. Winters is very, very similar to Hydrick. Yeah. Anyway.
Wouldn't need guards walking around monitoring every corner, hallway, nook, and cranny because there are no crannies. No crannies.
Sorry, I have to do this. No crannies is a pretty serious offense. You might have one or two guards in a tower in the
Again,
middle
it's
of
the
the
same
round,
joke.
but you certainly wouldn't have a large number patrolling. This prison is optimized. The guards can look out around and see everything, and so prisoners.
I forgot the sped up bit of 50 Cent. That was funny. Sorry. As I was trying to eat a biscuit.
As well, either intentionally or not. You see, anything they might do to call attention to a situation serves a similar function as a guard.
The literal structure I'm talking about was designed as a prison by Jeremy Bentham in the 1800s. However, it isn't necessarily as a physical structure. The panopticon, as it was called, became a topic of discussion.
In fact, it's been widely used as a metaphor for the structure of an authoritarian state in which people are never 100% sure if they're being watched. We see this everywhere, from critical theory like Mikhail Foucault's Discipline and Punish to fiction like George Orwell's 1984. So imagine the panopticon as an app. Because I'm ashamed of...
Where do you even go with that?
Really, except Twitter is nothing like that.
Yeah, imagine the panopticon as an app.
Here's the thing. Just go off social media.
Yeah.
You're free. There you go, Peter. I solved your problem.
Yeah, people
just go off social
media.
media.
In 1984, if only they just decided, instead of rebelling against the system, they just logged off from the state. Fine.
Yeah. Or just
they should have just blocked Big Brother.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, just block Big Brother. Problem solved.
Right. Winston Smith should have just muted the party.
Yes. Yeah, just mute conversations.
Yeah.
Or are you so into getting validation you read every single reply?
No, because that would make them an absolutely eternally online person, and they're not that. They are not. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, the panopticon, literally the metaphor for the absolutism of the
This is so
totalitarian
ridiculous.
authoritarian
This is so
state,
ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
is just like Twitter. Jack Dorsey is the modern Hitler, to be fair, you know.
Or Big Brother.
Yeah.
What I do for money, I call YouTube video Uber. Along these lines of shame, let's consider Twitter a sort of punishment Uber. I'll say that doesn't sound particularly appealing. I don't think I intentionally download an app built with the means to observe and report on my fellow citizens, which also ensures I'm subject to the same observing and reporting
See,
myself.
this is why I'm doubly annoyed that I don't have my desk down here, because I need to slam my head against the desk. I mean, I describe Twitter as punishment Uber.
The worst thing Twitter can do to you is ban you from their platform. That's the
Which
worst thing
done
they can do.
to Peter.
No, I don't think that
I
Peter
believe
violated any rules that would make
I believe
them...
they've even got a tick, haven't they?
I
Should we check? Should we check?
Sure.
Should we check if punishment Uber have given Peter a
Oh, there it is. It's right there.
Oh yeah. Look, they've got a thing. Oh, well, just to make sure
Validated.
that hasn't been photoshopped.
Petra?
Yeah, there. Look,
Yep.
verified. Punishment Uber. If it is a panopticon, my dear Peter, you are one of the guards on the outside that makes sure the building's secure.
I think we should refer to Peter, yes, in code as, what did you say? Like panopticon, Uber. Yes, sorry, it was oppression Uber panopticon.
Punishment Uber
police.
panopticon guard. Snappy.
Screw.
Yes, panopticon screw. Anyway.
I mean, unless I got something out of it. Likes, favorites, retweets, subscribers, followers, attention. Attention is currency in the marketplace of ideas. Like, actually, for real, it's not just a meme. It's something I've been saying for a reason. Saying that shit again, there's got to be a rule. There's got to be a rule. I'm going to write you
Same
up.
joke.
All these metrics you see on social media posts are a form of attention as currency. They all act a little bit differently, but we accumulate these.
It all turns into a commercial for his pet ideology.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
their ideology.
Yes. Yeah, their ideology of what did the book they wrote?
Oh, I'm sure it has said social capital in the title.
Almost certainly. What's it called? They may have a link to it in the description book. There we go. Yeah. I feel like I shouldn't give it. Custom reality in you. There we go.
Oh, right.
And which goes on about it's all the social capital and the hang on. I'll click on it again because of the description should tell me the words I'm looking for.
Nothing has changed more in the last decades.
No,
in our
it's
concept.
the Society of the Spectacle is the phrase I'm looking for. It's not written there, but I remembered.
Oh,
the Society of the Spectacle, where everything is it's all a show and the magic pixies and it's all nonsense. Anyway,
once you've had one good idea, what you do next is you try to come up with another good idea. You don't just repeat your good idea for the rest of your life. Like, try to have more.
But it's not even a particularly great idea.
It's kind of self-evident, yeah. I guess also it's not just self-evident. It is the logical product of a particularly cultivated and sort of acquired worldview. Like one that deals with capitalism and then thinks about it on a marketing level very deeply, as opposed to all of the ways in which capitalism is manifest.
Yeah. But then
he loved the marketing definition the best. They love the marketing definition the best. So that just kind of points to the commonalities they have with that a brand of capitalism.
Indeed.
Social connections seen as a form of capital. And when we talk about cancel culture, as I said in the beginning, we are at least partially talking about a desire that otherwise powerless people have for justice. In some respects, it can kind of feel like a means to gain some power, even if temporarily. Not that it can't build more permanent social capital for someone. I mean, for an example, see the Revolution consultant and her 120-tweet Chappa-to-Fash pipeline thread. Just to be clear and fair, Twitter serves other functions as well.
That's you, Peter, calling out another person who I'd never heard of before watching your video, and I sought them out. So you've literally played into the Society of the Spectacle.
Yes.
Brilliant, well done. But that's you calling them out for doing a thing you don't like, which is surely you cancelling them, isn't it?
I mean, isn't it also the case that we call out, I mean, I personally call out Republicans 10 times as often as I call out anybody on the left. And there's no special cancel culture designation given to that. That's just called criticism. Last time I checked, like Ted Cruz will tweet something about being on Supreme Court and I will say, fuck you, Ted Cruz. Well, not literally, because that would get banned off Twitter. But that's what I want to type, and then I come up with something snarky inside. Yeah. But that's not cancel culture, or is it? I mean, I'm trying to use my power as a populist, poor person, but collectively, but still as an atom in our capitalist society to hurt Ted Cruz's feelings.
Ted Cruz is the core of the revolution. I don't know. I'm just making sure now. But anyway, that's why when Peter mocked at the start of the video, people say it doesn't exist. Well, yeah, because it doesn't really exist. It's just a thing that's always like. Well, I was about to say it doesn't exist, but it's always existed. It doesn't exist as like a modern phenomenon that you are suffering from, or that Ted Cruz is suffering from. It's a thing that's always been there. Mm-hmm. People get criticised. Fucking deal with it. Anyway.
Yeah. It can be punishment Uber, but it can also be joke Uber and a lot of other things. Some people have built real comedy careers on the attention they get there, reified as social capital. Rob Delaney is a popular example of this, and also a noticeably decent person who has been through some terrible shit. But we're talking about cancel culture, not developing a talent into a craft. To fully understand what happens to a person when they are canceled, I think we have to view them as a commodity, as I think the power structure does. Not because I think it's good to, because I actually think it's a tragedy, but I also think this is the ideology that's currently justifying capitalism. Neoliberalism. I think probably the easiest way to do that is to quickly define a concept I referenced a moment ago, reification. You can read Marx and especially Lukács for a more detailed theory, but to put it simply, it's the process of turning social relations into a thing, or perhaps more appropriately for our purposes, a commodity.
Anything really can be reified.
It's commodity, dumbass! It's the process of turning social...
Just to the person in the Twitch chat says, imagine thinking there's no such thing as race. There is no such thing as race.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
It's a made-up thing. Like, people invented it. It's a concept.
Go and ask the scientists what a race is, and they will instantly start talking about stuff that isn't race because it isn't really a thing. Oh, sorry, but they're all Jews. Sorry, my bad. Silly me. I as a secret Jew, I should have known. Anyway.
Yes, sarcasm.
Indeed.
Relations into a thing, or perhaps more appropriately for our purposes, a commodity.
Reification stamps its imprint upon the whole consciousness of man. His qualities and abilities are no longer an organic part of his personality. They are things which he can own
Peter
or dispose of.
Does enjoy huffing other people's farts as well.
Relations can be cast. No way in which man can bring his physical and psychic qualities into play without their being subjected increasingly to this reifying process.
We can apply this to cancel culture by visualizing people as some form of content subscription. We consume the image of them doing things as we give them attention. When the person behind the commodified image of themselves does things that contradict the version of them we'd like to see and therefore consume, we cancel our subscription to that person. We cease.
It's not a version of them. They usually say or do something we think is shitty. Yeah. And then we tell them. It's as simple as that. It's literally as simple as that.
Yeah, and also, what is your suggestion, Peter? That people not be able to do that? Like, if someone says something shitty, I mean, I made the joke at the start, but what, they shouldn't be allowed in some way to not give you Patreon money anymore or something? Like, what? What's your solution to the cancel culture problem then?
Yeah, and the thing is that by confronting...
the CCQ, my bad.
By confronting the thing that the person did that pissed you off, maybe they haven't thought about it from that perspective. Maybe they didn't realize it offended anyone. Now, maybe they'll have say like, oh, I'm defending it on these grounds, but they're now forced to engage with it in some way. So a lot of people, after they are called out for something and listen to other people explain why what they did was hurtful, learn from it. And then they don't do it in the future. So if you end cancel culture, how do you deal with that? As Kevin says, just not punish people. I'm pulling terms from the video now, but have a negative reaction to people. That's somehow not something we're allowed to do anymore.
Yeah, I agree. Cyberspace. Kristi and I are both real badasses. That is true.
To consume them. We reject them as something we are willing to exchange our attention for, and further, we look at them with some form of disgust for failing to uphold their end of the bargain that we had with them. And therefore, the customer is always right, you see, and that feels a little bit like power. At this point, I think that cancel culture is an integrated part of capitalist life, which through neoliberal ideology converts more and more of our interactions into transactions.
Indeed. Yeah. This is when
we have to
when class reductionism like wheedles its way into your brain. This is the nonsense you start spouting.
The thing is that for all the talk that Peter does of criticizing this ideology, they have completely immersed themselves in it and can argue like, and don't want to say they straw man it, but it completely consumes our content.
Yeah.
Like they are talking about it far more than capitalists are or marketers are in this way, presenting this particular, and also there's a whole thing that there are so many things that I want to pick them up on and disagree with, but I just can't. I stop every time they misrepresent capitalism.
Because it's been nearly 2.5 hours and we're already halfway through.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Take the case of Holyoke, Massachusetts Mayor Alex Morse, currently running for Congress, who is accused of inappropriate behavior, specifically talking to people over Tinder. Investigative journalism at the Intercept revealed members of the campus group College Democrats.
Oh, shit on me too.
For a full year to paint this as a means of him exercising.
I don't know the story. Is this a thing?
I don't know it either.
Oh, okay.
But he just sort of, they just seem to sort of mock an accusation.
Okay. Well, I mean,
that tone that I got was mocking.
Well, having watched it, apparently it seems like it was like a plot, a made-up thing or something, but I don't know. But I don't know the story, so I can't really comment on it. But I assume that's why they're doing that, but whatever.
His power as mayor and adjunct professor at the University of Massachusetts over people. But it turns out he didn't even tell people he was meeting online that he was either of these things. The cancel campaign was, out of the words of the president of the local chapter of College Democrats, Timothy Enos's own mouth, a means to an end. I need a job, Enos said. Neil will give me an internship. Neil being incumbent Representative Richard Neil, who is Morse's opponent in this congressional race. Also, Neil was Enos's journalism professor as well, which is very interesting. I kind of think it would be obvious how this plays out as a transaction. You match on Tinder with your teacher's opponent, you contextualize everything he says as creepy, despite the fact that everything this guy says was wholesome as hell, and you get rewarded with
I feel there's something personal going on here.
What do you mean?
Peter was catfished, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this probably informs their analysis, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just to say there's a bit of a conflict of interest here.
Yeah.
That's not declared.
Yeah.
Scrupulous nature. You'll tend to find similar motives of varying magnitude. Because of this dynamic, I think we should see cancel culture not as a vigilante strategy, some form of populist mob justice, or however someone complaining about criminally online people might characterize it, but rather as, one, incentivized behavior in an attention economy, which...
Oh my God. How is it incentivized? Honestly.
Well, I suppose in this, Peter's trying to set up this thing where people are doing it for clout. No, some people may be, but some people are genuine. So, I mean,
if you go into the replies of a big YouTuber and try to shit on them, more often than not, you're going to get dogpiled by people there to defend them.
Yep.
So this idea that it's incentivized behavior, unless you're targeting somebody who has like 100 followers, in which case, is that cancel culture? Is anyone with one follower and they lose their follower, is that cancel culture? I think there's a threshold here.
Yeah, again, Haruka absolutely knocking it in the dick. Dirty politics happens in all political systems, not just capitalism. Yeah.
Well, in all systems.
Yeah. Again, as previously described, the specific telling of your supporters there's an election and then not informing other people, knowing that it would spread to other people's supporters slower, was a common tactic for senators in Rome, for instance. That was way before capitalism was a thing. Yep.
I just disagree with this as a premise.
Yeah, because it's all, like you say, it's everything that they view through that prism. Like they've got the absolute truth, and they're just going to view everything through that, even if it comes up with obviously absurd, contradictory bullshit at the end of it.
It's all marketing speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Basically.
Drives engagement for platform holders and therefore generates profit, and two, entirely dependent on whims of institutional power. Yes, cancel culture does
whims of institutional
power. That's pretty convenient for
whims of institutional power. That's a completely vague statement. I mean, I thought this was a bunch of atomized individuals who were trying to right a wrong Wait, what?
We're all
Kevin, I don't.
We're all individuals, and we're all a society.
Yeah, I don't understand. There's so many internal contradictions. My brain is. This is like listening to my Marxist friends back in.
And it doesn't help that he's wearing a beret, because you can generally tell a decent. You can usually tell a decent Marxist from a shithead if they're wearing a fucking beret. Do you know what I mean?
Forget the sash.
Yeah, if they're wearing a beret, especially if they've got a beret with a star on it, and you can clearly tell they've never been in any military unit ever. They're just LARPing as a revolutionary. Those people can fuck off. We've all met those fucking people. Jesus.
Revolutionary biscuits of Italy, rise up out of your box. That's from the Young Ones. Alexi Sales actually sang that.
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay.
In the Bambi episode.
See, Alexi Sale, good Marxist.
Yes. Yes.
Anyway.
For platform holders who absolve themselves.
Actually, I don't know if he identifies in that way now, but he was at one point, whatever.
All responsibility in their TOS as
he is
stay on
fat
the
and
website
old now,
just
so...
replies and sift through content obsessively, hurling abuse at each other. That's engagement, you see.
Sift
In their
through
eyes,
content
it's just a pleb or a
obsessively.
group of plebs ceasing to consume someone or something while loudly requesting that the platform holder get rid of it, like one might do with a show. Remember #cancel Colbert? It's like that.
Yeah, what happened? Did it get canceled?
Yeah, exactly. Nothing happened.
Child platform on the parent platform, like a community channel or even just a well-known account.
That's a really terrible example, yeah, because Stephen Colbert's gone on to now fucking take over from Letterman.
Yep.
Like, with one of the most popular shows in the world.
Yeah. I mean, people say cancel stuff all the time. People want to cancel Netflix over some show that they've backed or purchased.
Exactly.
It literally happens all the time.
Yeah.
And nothing happens to the people who are targeted.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Again, if someone wants to cancel me and I get the success of Stephen Colbert, yeah, cancel me immediately. Double cancel me. Cancel me over a fucking table.
It's a faster way of doing letters to complaint. You know, like when the BBC, when they used to read out people's letters about the BBC programming.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
What was that called?
Points of view.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Fucking, the now late Terry Wogan, who would sit in a chair with his fucking trousers slightly hitched up so you could see his massive cock and bollocks. Like, he did that almost every week, reading out letters that people had written to the BBC about TV shows and news and all that. And it would always be one person with like a sensible kind of maybe critique, and one person saying it was awesome, and another person saying this is the work of the devil. This is the most hideous thing ever. The BBC should be set on fire. Like, you know, just nonsense. Anyway.
Imagine you paid your license fees for that show.
Yeah, I mean they now do they do like a slightly different version of the thing with the Inside the News thing on the BBC channel, where they take but that at least is like they generally have sensible comments, and they have like an actual person from the channel like respond to the comment.
Oh,
so it's
right,
worth
rather
like
than to read them out.
Yeah, it's exactly It's not just random fucking idiots having their shit read out on prime time TV. Right? It's actually like a worthwhile discourse about the content of the BBC, which is a public service. So, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Holder on the parent platform. What that child platform holder does is still dependent on the parent platform's institutional power, though, as their actions would have no weight without it. If, say, someone says, hey, sewing community, this person is no good, and the sewing community excommunicates them, that's still the institutional power of the parent platform being exerted, as all the social capital held by the sewing community used to non-person the target is relevant to and only to the parent platform. To put it another way, without Twitter,
isn't it kind of relevant to the person that doesn't have any friends anymore?
Yeah, aren't they? Are they sort of playing the Borisenko card there?
I don't know. So so is the child here the group, the knitting or sewing group? Is that the idea?
I think the sewing is the sewing.
I thought it was like YouTube is a child of Google.
Are people cancelling yarn? I don't know anymore. I'm confused, and I'm sober, but I'm also feel like I'm a little bit drunk.
I get that.
Yeah.
Twitter followers. The power one might hold on a platform is entirely derived from the platform. That it is afforded to you and what it is capable of is entirely under the control of that platform as well. This is ultimately how the free market works too. It's not about supplying things people demand, it's about using power to appropriate commodities. The market isn't about everyday consumers and what they want, but with the class of people who...
again, it's not... There's an element to what they're saying here that's true, but they're also... this is so reductionist. This is so reductive. It's just nonsense. Yeah. Like, it's not just about... Like, I agree. Like, the nonsense of it's all supply and demand. No, it isn't. But it is partly. It is partly that as well. Like...
People offer things and then they create a demand for it by offering it. But the point that I wanted to make is you can't compare like the situation in social media to businesses operating under capitalism, because there are governments that make it illegal to discriminate on the basis of personal characteristics. There's no such protection in social media. It's not, you can't sort of say they're equivalent.
Not just that, but again, it's the blowing everything out of proportion thing that we talked about earlier, like comparing it, their experience to lynching or whatever. Yeah. When Peter mentions like the using power to acquire commodities, they're talking about like global companies and shit like that, right? Whereas the person on Twitter that's sending you a hate comment does so to stave off boredom while they're taking a shit. Like these two things are so unbelievably different in scale that to compare them is farcical.
Yeah, I mean, if you get chucked out of a sewing community board right now, you want to say that's cancel culture. Well, what about, like, I used to moderate boards where they were just debate boards and people would just, like, it was like Facebook, but eternally. Like, you'd have something with 15,000 threads or whatever, and people would be jerks and they'd get banned. Well, was that cancel culture? What if you're at a pub and someone is acting disruptively and disturbing the other patrons and causing a ruckus and you throw them out? Is that cancel culture? I mean, in every single instance, what you're doing is excluding someone from your group. Yeah. Well, how are they different other than what happens on social media and actually has far less individual consequences than anything happens in real life?
But this happened to them. And that's why it's important.
I keep forgetting.
Like the black people that got lynched, that they weren't Peter Coffin. So, whatever. Whereas people said rude words.
How did they even think that this was a good idea to put this video out?
Nonsense.
Who own everything wants. You don't mean shit in the market. Bill Gates does. A lot of people conflate democracy and the market, voting with their dollars. Well, if that's the case,
what does Bill Gates have to do with anything here?
Is that not a problem? An atomized society that is primarily thinking about how to pay bills is a pretty ideal scapegoat when the solution for society's ills is supposedly making better choices like driving a Tesla. On top of that, we're competing, not only in the labor market, but as consumers, keeping up with the Jones. So we tend to trust only ourselves, which leads to a lot of snap judgments based on the first...
Also, it's Joneses.
Yes.
It's plural, you savage. Sorry.
Just generalizing to what we all do and what we all are is so essentialist.
Yeah.
I don't try to keep up with the Joneses. I'm actually materially completely comfortable, except that I need food on the house on a regular basis. Yeah. But like, I'm not looking to spend my money on shit I don't need just because someone else has it. It's more straw man. It's just a straw man after a straw man after a straw man to make him look so righteous. And obviously correct when you think about it this way. No, you're not. Bad arguments. I'm not saying that your values are incorrect. I'm saying your arguments based on them are terrible.
Yeah. Also, my freeze frame game is on point.
Information
you're gonna have to do a montage of them.
Culture, or am I describing marketing? Tee-hee. So is cancel culture a leftist thing?
The goal of cancel culture is to make decent Americans live in fear of being fired, expelled, shamed, humiliated, and driven from society as we know it.
Oh, like what you're trying to do to Antifa.
Coerce you into saying
exactly. Yeah.
What you know to be false and scare you out of saying what you know to be true. It's very sad.
Well, no, it's not a leftist thing. It's a neoliberal thing in a neoliberal society.
Drink.
Logic and
if you still have functioning kidneys, drink.
Of course, it's down to neoliberalism. Mm-hmm. Everything is the fault of capitalism / neoliberalism because, they're basically...
It's equivalent to the way Nazis talk about Jews.
Yeah.
There's always this secret nefarious thing. It's called neoliberalism. No, neoliberalism is shit. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's a pretty awful system in many respects. But I don't just sit there and go, you know, I stubbed my toe. Oh, fucking neoliberalism!
Yeah, it's like yeah.
Rory Katz was sick on the carpet again. Neoliberalism.
You know that meme of somebody on a bicycle and then the stick, and then they fall over, and just like whatever it was in anything not neoliberalism is on the stick.
Yeah.
And then Peter tumbling over and going, "Damn you, neoliberalism!"
We call leftism isn't just liberalism plus. Yes, it has some of the same stated goals like liberty, equality, and fraternity, but the point is that liberalism's ideas don't achieve any of that at all. And that's why leftists think we got to do something
That's
totally
because
different
it's an
instead of the
economic
same...
system, not a governmental one.
Yeah, like you can have liberalism plus other things.
Yeah, rights are a legal thing. Like the market has to operate within the legal frameworks of the places they're operating.
In theory.
Well, I mean, they can act outside the law illegally, for instance, and doing dumping stuff, but then they risk the opportunity of getting caught and prosecuted. Whereas if they ran everything, they wouldn't be subject to that kind of stuff.
Same thing, but more. In truth, I think cancel culture functions to help obfuscate the ongoing negotiation between massive powers, which completely excludes the everyday person. The appearance of democratizing accountability transforms we, the people, into a mix of consumer, police, judge, jury, prisoner, and guard.
So again, they are literally saying, if you criticise me on Twitter, you are doing the bidding of the capitalists.
I have no other reaction.
Which is the most, like, I mean, I don't know, the most reductionist thing, and the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Nonsense.
I haven't laughed this hard since I think we watched Iron Sky together.
Oh, we'll look forward to that tomorrow. Moon Nazis. Again, I repeat, moon Nazis.
We're roaming the halls, people, ready to write you up. Again, it's
the same joke, you dickhead.
Justice into something profitable. So not only do the powerful avoid scrutiny, they make money. Which I gotta say, really sounds like a cross-section of like their two favorite pastimes to me.
Part 3. Does canceling do anything? And to whom?
That's all fun, Peter, but obviously none of this really matters. No one's ever really canceled, right? It's all just a bunch of people pissing into their own mouths on social media, right?
Yeah.
Another straw man.
Never really canceled.
A marathon accused of cheating after running the clock dies by suicide. Okay, that's awful, right? But none of the examples you gave were anything like this.
Yeah, was this person like hounded on Twitter or something?
Yeah, accused of cheating at this year's Los Angeles Marathon. Accused by who? Not just that, but was it a legitimate accusation?
Are there a lot of 70-year-olds on social media?
I don't know. This doesn't seem that particularly worthy. I don't know the story though, really.
No, I don't know anything about this. And it doesn't, I'm reading through the text that's on the screen and they haven't put, I don't know if they go into more detail, but there's nothing here about having a blowback on social media.
Yeah. But that's Peter's sort of shtick. They will...
Death.
Pardon?
It has to be death.
Well, not just that it has to be death, but that they'll change from it being about social media to totally not about social media when it suits them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Canceled. Except those that are.
Now, I can and will talk all day about how the market is set up to make it...
Yeah, except when they aren't, though. So, neither you or ContraPoints or virtually anyone. I mean, to be fair, at least Milo's cancelling, he did suffer. Like, a financial loss. He's poor as shit now. To the point
Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, exactly.
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Matt Lauer.
Yeah.
There's another guy I'm thinking of. I mean, just go down the list of all the Me Too people. Louis C.K., which broke my heart at the time.
That prick's back doing gigs and stuff. So again,
too soon.
Doesn't really seem like there was that much of a punishment.
Yeah. So what was the point of putting up a story about a marathon runner who was accused of something that there was nothing there on social media?
Yeah.
Like it links nothing in no way.
Yeah. And it's a sad story, but it's not relevant.
It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Ridiculous. And again, Peter trying to hide behind these other things to mask what is essentially him whinging about people complaining on Twitter is really, I mean, it's a bit scummy, frankly.
So many more important things we could be talking about right now.
Yeah.
We're having a break, but we didn't put the effort into making this video.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're just chatting, and it's a good excuse to absolutely beast my internet and see if it works. And so far, it's absolutely delicious. Thank
Taking
you.
it out for a test drive.
Exactly. Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I'm test driving it by driving a tank over the motherfucker. See how you survive.
Not a Tesla?
Institutionalized power, own and run.
No. Because as we've seen from Elon Musk's nonsense of throwing the metal ball that smashed the shit out of his unbreakable windows.
I'd continually hammer home the point that it isn't fair, though. So if cancel culture is an example of the market as an ideology made manifest in social relations, like I've been saying for years, what else? I'll give you a hint. Can you cancel Jeff Bezos? Nope. You can cancel someone with no relevant institutional power or connections, though.
Yeah, you could.
Well, when you could to a degree, yeah, he could be.
What does it mean to cancel?
Well, exactly. Well, this is the thing. Like, power exists on various different levels, right? Mm-hmm. Can you cancel ContraPoints? Apparently not. Because they've been
in theory, yeah,
cancelled.
In practice.
But they've got 1 million subscribers. They've got more subscribers than they had when they were cancelled. The same with Peter. The same with any number of other people. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be far more difficult to cancel Jeff Bezos because he owns everything. Right, that's the point that Peter's making. And there's a truth to that. Rich people get away with way more shit, and that's unfair. But that doesn't mean that you not getting away with it is unfair.
Right. I mean, the whole thing is, in what way you get to cancel Jeff Bezos? You're going to, should I not subscribe to the Washington Post? Should I never order anything off Amazon? I don't like how do I not follow his account on Twitter?
Also, it doesn't matter because Amazon, the company that we all know, the company where you order your vibrator from or whatever, that makes up a tiny percentage of the overall money. They get most of their stuff from tech contracts from national governments. So you couldn't realistically cancel Amazon either, really.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about someone whose channel you're not going to watch anymore because they said something you found incredibly offensive,
which again,
that is you can do that. You can have that effect of withdrawing a view.
Well, exactly, not just that, but that would exist. Let's say capitalism disappears, and we now got socialism. YouTube's still there running. Peter's doing their videos. Peter says something I don't like. I can still choose not to watch their videos anymore because they said a dumb thing.
And you could post it on Twitter and complain about them.
I could on socialist Twitter, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, the economic system doesn't tend to make any real difference to that.
Nope.
Human beings are fundamentally the same that we've been since forever, really. Well, there's been some evolution, but not like that much. We're slightly less hairy than we once were, and we're taller. But that's about it. The brain is still fucking mental and horrible.
Yeah, just fucking monkeys in shoes, as Tim Minchin sang.
Yeah, indeed.
Though it's not even really that hard to cancel a random individual poor or working class person. You just have to create a perception, either based on evidence or not, that they have deviated from what a vote.
Yeah, but you're not a poor person. You might still be a working class person, that's fine, but you're not a poor person and you're not without status. This is the thing. Yeah, when you compare yourself to Jeff Bezos, yeah, you're a tiny, a grain of sand on the beach in terms of power and money and all the rest of it. But you're not a poor person, Peter. You're just not. That's a lie. When when a 50 follower account on Twitter tweets at you, if you reply to them, you can crush them. Don't pretend you have no power in this dynamic. That's a lie.
Peter has a huge amount of power relative to other left.
Exactly.
Popular left accounts.
They're one of the biggest people they're one of the biggest fish in this little pond. Now, the fish and the pond thing for Jeff Bezos is like a fucking great white compared to a goldfish or something. But in the tiny pond that is leftist, online spaces, Peter's a big fucking fish.
Yeah, and again, if you have somebody like, I tend to associate large accounts with some kind of, level of affluence and culture, comfort. I can't think of a lot of homeless people who have 1 million followers, and so in that way, when a poor person, how they don't have enough clout to be canceled. The kinds of people who get canceled who are poor or not really wealthy are white supremacists people who are yelling racist things at black people who get their license plate when they make the video, and getting called out for that or being caught on video. That's the kind of stuff that is the result, is the effect of cancel culture for like the non-wealthy, the non-1%, or even like say top 25%.
And yes, Twitch is owned by Amazon, so I'm doing Twitch's bidding. They can have the almost no money that will be fundraised by my channel, because my channel is too small to matter. But for now, I'm going to take over. I'm coming for you, Bezos.
Passionate group considers acceptable, and then petition relevant institutional power to cut the target off. You can get an employee fired, you can get a vulnerable community member thrown out.
But even with the total destruction of Harvey Weinstein's reputation, the bankruptcy of the company he owned following backlash, massive legal fees, a $19 million settlement with his accusers, a divorce, and a 23-year prison sentence, he still has in his possession, at this very moment, $25 million.
And he's not going to sit in prison for 23 years. Does anyone really think that's going to happen? True.
But he'll probably die in prison.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Also,
I mean, whether you think that's punishment enough, that's a discussion we can have. But Harvey Weinstein has suffered a pretty significant amount of actual concrete difference to his life.
Mm-hmm.
He was a rich man making films and being really powerful. Now he's internationally disgraced and rotting in a prison cell.
Yep.
That's a concrete difference in that man's life, and may he rot forever. But the point is, you haven't suffered that, Peter. Someone was mean to you online, and you went on as if nothing had happened because nothing has happened.
Yes. Also, I'm not quite sure what the 25 million has to do with it. I mean, we don't punish people by seizing their assets. I mean, they pay fines, and sometimes they're in order to compensate victims. But we just don't go, oh, well, you have this money in the bank. We're just going to take it. There's no, laws have statutes, and like certain crimes have certain punishments, and those are determined by law.
Yeah.
They may include fines, but it doesn't mean, because you've got 25 million in the bank, we're just going to have the state.
Yeah, he's got 25 million, but if I
he's in prison.
If I want to go to the pub, I can. He can't.
Yeah.
I know what I prefer.
Mm-hmm.
A $25 million fund while you're in jail is not worthless because you can use it to bribe people. Yeah, obviously that happens. But I'd much rather have, a relatively smaller amount of money and to be able to do, what I like.
Mm-hmm.
That's fundamentally... Like, the comparison's just nonsense. As if money... Again, it is the class reductionist thing. The money is the only thing that matters.
Yep.
As if personal freedom means literally nothing.
It's all about the Benjamins, baby.
If Harvey Weinstein hadn't have been canceled by a #MeToo avalanche, he probably wouldn't have gotten into proper judicial trouble. However, the vast majority of canceling does not get to a point involving the legal system, so the apparatus that got levied against him is technically the big guns. Harvey Weinstein is a convicted rapist who lost around $470 million due to his actions, and he still has the capital to easily start a company and make another fortune, or just chill and live in luxury the rest of his life.
If you're voting...
No, not live in luxury. He's in prison.
Mm-hmm.
That's not luxury. He's probably better off than some prisoners because he can afford other, things with his $25 million. But it's not luxury. When the lights go out at 9 p.m, he's the same as everyone else in that prison.
Look, Kevin, he might be, and he is, a convicted rapist. But the really offensive thing is that he has $25 million.
Yeah, exactly.
Start another company.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know about you, but I'd made my mind up about Harvey Weinstein when I learned about the rape. I wasn't like I'm sat there thinking to myself, but he's also got $25 million. Fuck it. Well, I am sending back my my membership to his fan club. That's too much. Like, no, the rape was enough. I don't care that he's got 25 million. I'd prefer if he didn't, but I don't give a fuck. It's not. He's still like. I'm also not going to get like fucking bombed in the showers. Look, I'm not using that as a joke thing. That's a threat that happens in prison. That's an awful fucking thing. I don't want that for $250 million. Look, the money is not the important thing, and it is the absolute class reductionism of it is just striking. Yeah.
Again, and yet they claim they're not a class reductionist.
No. Like, genuinely, I think it would be interesting to offer Peter that offer, at least in hypotheticals. I don't have $25 million to pay out if he chooses. But would you rather be able to live your life with your family
Mm-hmm.
in at least relative comfort, because he's not like a poor dude. They are not a poor person. They've got a family, they're reasonably well off, they've got an audience and all the rest of it. Or would you prefer to have none of that, but the $25 million sat there doing fuck all in a bank
Mm-hmm.
account while you lie in a cold cell thinking to yourself, I hope my roommate doesn't try and shank me in the night? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know that
Yeah.
anyone takes the $25 million, do they?
Mm-mm. No way.
Anyway.
No
Maybe
way.
some people would because they're fucking mental, but
With our dollars.
Maybe that should be a test. If you take the $25 million, you get sectioned. Because you're clearly not, like, fit to look after
Not
yourself.
making good. Yeah, you're not making good decisions.
Yeah.
Convicted rapist sitting in prison at this very moment has significantly more votes than everyone watching this video put together.
More
And like
votes.
I said, most of the time, it doesn't even go that far.
Hang
If
on.
you have
I missed that one.
Votes?
Did he say votes?
Put on closed captions.
A convicted rapist sitting in prison at this very moment has significantly more votes than everyone watching this
Votes?
video put together.
Is it maybe because it's on 1.25 that we skip some?
Hang on.
Yeah, the script is in there.
More votes.
Yeah, votes.
Significantly
How does he
more
have more
votes.
votes? Who, where?
Because he doesn't.
How?
Even the one vote he had,
He gets,
it's taken away, and I think rightly. Some people disagree. I personally think if you're in prison, you lose your vote. But whatever. Either way, you lose your fucking vote. Sometimes you don't even get it back in some places in America. But yeah. So the one vote he did have. Now, to be fair, he can still funnel that money into a thing. But neither of the parties is going to be like, the core part of our platform is releasing Harvey Weinstein. Like, no
or
one's
even
running
accepting
on that.
money from him.
Yeah,
What do
exactly.
you mean
Yeah,
votes.
yeah. That's nonsense. I don't even know what he means there. They mean fuck off, Kev.
Yeah.
I don't know what they mean by that. That's nonsense. Yeah. Anyway.
All right, play. Yep.
More votes than everyone watching this video put together.
And like I said, most of the time, it doesn't even go that far. If you have institutional power or backing, you cannot be canceled unless that power vanishes or whatever institution backs you revokes their backing, which, don't get me wrong, can happen.
Tell that to
With
Colin
Yiannopoulos,
Kaepernick.
who conservatives canceled
Yeah. Absolutely.
for a while by totally revoking their involvement with him and their budgets for him. I've never really believed he was desolate. It seems weird that people just took a guy who lies for a living at his word with that one. They got over that, though.
So a guy who lies for a living that you wanted to debate, because that was going to be worthwhile. Actually, no, you didn't want to debate them. You wanted to go there and agree about cancel culture. You stupid twat.
Also, someone who uses just a series of strawman arguments.
Yeah.
Is that not slightly deceptive in terms of how you present your information, Peter? Maybe a little bit? Do you think? I think so.
And brought him back, though a lot of people like to pretend they haven't.
But the person might...
You tried to bring them back as well. You can't criticise people for bringing them back when you were going to debate them.
Yeah.
You were going to lend your name
That's what
to
started
the
all
event
this.
with this. Yeah, exactly. What the... It is a genuinely almost Stalinist rewriting of the history there. As if Peter themselves wasn't the person that was going to go there and fucking revitalise the corpse of Milo's career.
He really like the biggest name, which I mean isn't saying much in the world of like entertainment, but in terms of somebody who would actually sit down with Milo and debate with him, I can't think of anybody on the left that big. You know, like maybe since I don't even call Bill Maher on the left, but that was when he was doing his book tour. Maybe he got that kind of stuff. Not since.
Yeah, the Dangerous
Big
Faggot
news.
tour, if you remember.
Yes, because he's a homophobic person.
Indeed.
Not be a cis white talk show host, a reactionary pundit, or even a leftist who dares mention class. It might just be a poor trans...
No. Again, the straw personness there of if you're a leftist who mentions class, you get accused of being a class reductionist. Well, I mean, that might be true to an extent. I'm sure some people misuse it. But Peter, you are a class reductionist. You were literally arguing
demonstrated.
You were literally just arguing, you dopey fuck, that Harvey Weinstein, a man who is literally being locked in a jail, he's literally in a fucking cage, probably for the rest of his life, is somehow in a better situation because he has money rotting in a bank somewhere than everyone else who might not be as rich, but you know can go to sleep in their own bed. in the warm without having, be living in close proximity to murderers and stuff.
Yes. There was also something else. Oh, right. Can you go back just 10 seconds? Because I think they're going to say, yeah. I think they're going to try to make a comparison to canceling a poor trans person. And I want to see what else they said after that.
Yeah.
Because I just want to make a point if that's the point they're going to make.
Okay, we'll say.
And brought him back, though a lot of people like to pretend they haven't.
But the person might not be a cis white talk show host, a reactionary pundit, or even a leftist who dares mention class. It might just be a poor trans woman like Chloe Segal, who aspired to be a game developer but ended up attracting a hate following of people who sat around all day reading forums.
Okay, can you pause that? If you're a fill-in-the-blank person out there advocating for sex with kids, I'm going to cancel you, not because of your identity issues, or not issues, your identity, I want to say intersections, but that's not your demographics.
Yeah.
That's a generic enough word. But because your viewpoint is shit. Like, you've got a really bad take.
Yeah.
And so who you are, it doesn't change the nature of the take. And cherry picking one example of somebody who, sorry, woo, did that come across on the mic?
No, that was perfect.
I wasn't expecting that from water. That's not necessarily cancel culture. That sounded like a harassment.
Yeah.
And there's cancel culture is a reaction to usually with someone who has a bigger platform than you. You don't cancel down, you cancel up.
Well, this is the problem when you start off your logical dissection of cancel culture with a definition from fucking Urban Dictionary. Is that the nonsense you'll come up with from that point? Because who cares? Clearly, Peter showed us at the very start of this that the definition of cancel culture was irrelevant to the nonsense they were going to spout.
Yeah.
They were not going to keep any consistent definition or try and actually fit their bullshit narrative around a definition. They were just going to make it up as they went along.
To afford health insurance, and therefore poor trans people typically can't access trans-related health care. She ended up falsely claiming to be crowdfunding a surgery to get shrapnel from a car accident removed when she really needed money to get trans-related health care, which she obviously not only didn't have the money for, but is also seen through a very ideological lens as a want rather than a need by the general public. In the grand scheme, $35,000 really isn't a lot of money. I mean, maybe to you and me it is. It would definitely make my life a lot better if it fell out of the sky and landed in my lap, but I mean, it's a tiny portion of all the money out there. Maybe she could have crowdfunded it in a more honest fashion. I can't tell you whether that's true or not. It seems like she didn't think she could, though, and I'd say society is set up in a way that would generally lead someone in her position to think that. But not only was she poor, she was also mentally ill. And you might be able to extrapolate that if she was trying to crowdfund trans-related healthcare, she probably wasn't really flush with cash for mental health care either. We've been conditioned to see George Floyd attempting to pass a fake $20 bill as a crime he's committing.
What was that? Hang on. So what was the point they were making there by bringing up the trans woman? Is this Peter literally just trying to hide behind, me being criticised is like them harassing a trans woman?
No, I think the moral of that story was there was a poor trans woman. I think I'm remembering this correctly. Sorry, there's been a lot of words, and I'm trying to keep up with a lot of ideas. Yeah. But
high-level ideas, yeah.
I'm going to say it was a woman for the purposes of the story. I'll just say this has been analogous. She put up a GoFundMe to on the basis saying that she needed medical assistance because of shrapnel that had to be removed from her leg or whatever. But in reality, she was raising money to have surgery.
Yeah, so they lied. Okay, right.
And then they got caught out.
Yeah.
And Peter is basically saying, look, because like military service and helping vets is viewed by society more positively, I think it sort of like he could understand why she would feel like she had to misrepresent it. So the fact that she lied is really the problem of the system, not the fact that she was honest, dishonest about the way she presented her fundraiser.
Okay, but what's the point though? What's that relevant to?
People then tried to cancel her for being dishonest, and they missed the bigger point that she was a victim of capitalism. Or wait, this can't be capitalism because it's about like military service. Oh, except he made it into a want or need versus a want, so it is about capitalism.
It's all about, and get ready to drink here, neoliberalism. And when I say neoliberalism, imagine the brackets, because like I say, it's viewed very much the same way that the Jews are for Nazis. Not that I'm genuinely not saying they're invoking either they as in Peter or they as in the class reductionists in general. although some of them certainly are, an anti-Semitic trope there. I'm just saying you can view it the same way. Like it's like an all-encompassing...
The boogeyman.
Yeah, it's everything I don't like is neoliberalisms.
Pretty much, yeah.
rather than the crime of systemic poverty committed against him and the rest of the poor. If Segal had all of her health needs taken care of, how much of this would have happened? Now, Chloe Segal did a fair number of pretty messed up things, including publicly threatening to kill Zinnia Jones. If you don't take that seriously, I don't know what to tell you. But society tends not to ask why with any of it, though. Instead, she just got canceled repeatedly, thrown out of any formal or informal structure she got near, and then she killed herself. I knew her a little. She was sometimes pretty volatile towards me, but also sometimes pretty nice. Whenever I think about her, though, I regret not attempting to understand her better. When people get canceled, they get taken off the market. A cancel campaign is a collective of small-time buyers.
Again, this is like Peter working out their issues video. Like, here are things that happened to me. This happened to me. I got catfished. I knew this person.
Again, it's really skeezy that they're bringing up the suicide of this person because, again, that person suffered real, concrete, material fucking harm. Now, again, it's so difficult to criticise in some respects. Like, if you were Zinnia Jones having your life threatened, you kind of don't give a fuck about the understanding the other person. You're having your life threatened, right?
Yep.
So cancelling in that respect is, again, no one, you don't owe anyone, regardless of their status, acceptance of their threatening to kill you at any point. You don't owe them that. It would take a great deal of inner peace to deal with that and understand the other person. But the fact that this person got, quote unquote, cancelled and then killed themselves is awful. But they suffered a real thing there, right? Peter hasn't suffered, it seems to me, virtually anything other than maybe a little bit of psychological discomfort.
Distress.
Yeah, that's okay. That's not cool, but it's a part
on the
of
scale of things.
Yeah, it's a part of the thing, and you know that's what it is. You don't have to do this for a living.
Literally, within 24 hours, you won't even remember what it said.
Yeah, exactly. And the point
because
is,
another one will come up and annoy you even more.
Well, with Peter, that's not quite true because Peter's been going on a month now about being cancelled. So
yeah, they have.
Clearly, they have. They're not one to easily give up a grudge. Let's put it that way. They're not a person who's scared of embracing the grudge.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, cherry picking fallacy. I mean, instead of if you look at cancel culture just on Twitter, broadly, I would say 95% of it doesn't even go anywhere. It's usually ephemeral. It lasts for a couple days. Then people find something else to focus their attention on.
Yeah.
The consequences of it, one might be bringing people to justice who have violated the law or done some public disorderly conduct, using racism, whatever else. And then there are probably people who are mistargeted or who have issues that just mean when they're on social media, they're more vulnerable.
Yeah.
And maybe they are the victims of harassment, or maybe they get in a fight with somebody, or maybe they are canceled. But I mean, taking one story, which was tragic, we could literally go through hundreds of we could go on Twitter now and put #cancel and see how many options there are.
Yeah.
It would probably last for freaking ever. So again, it's kind of it's emotional but it's a cherry picking fallacy. It's not representative of the phenomenon.
And like I say, I think it's just really scummy to bring up this person who killed themselves and be like, well, if you criticize me on Twitter, and this is the underlying point that Peter's getting at, if you criticize me on Twitter, you're contributing to a thing that made this person kill themselves.
Yeah.
Which is really sleazy. Don't fucking do that.
Don't hide behind other people. Yeah. Just say what you have to say. Stand behind your own
consumer
words.
Level, committing to revoke their buying power, their subscription to the human content, and engaging in a marketing campaign to enlist more to do the same. To continue this metaphor, we might liken an individual without institutional power or backing to a content creator with a Patreon, while someone with those things is maybe a little more like something available on Netflix. You could probably fuck up most Patreon-supported creators' lives if you could get a few hundred people to commit to unsubscribe. But you're probably not going to get Netflix to do anything by getting a few hundred people to unsubscribe because Bright sucked or whatever. The mainstream conception
it really is all about them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna need to take a break now. I do have to do a comfort break, but it always comes back to them.
Yeah.
Why Patreon?
This is literally Peter has farted into a bag and put that bag over his head, their head. Yeah.
The way that they keep presenting their personal experience as somehow generalizable to this system out there, as depersonalizing it.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're taking their very specific experiences and depersonalizing it, and then lecturing us about how we are, what is evil and what is good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you talk to the chat for a bit. I'm going to top up my water. We'll be right back.
Do. Hello there, chitty chats. Are you arguing cancel culture isn't real? I'm arguing that cancel culture has always existed in one way or another. Thank you for raiding the gaming archaeologist, much appreciated. I'm arguing that it's always been a thing and that it's not something that we need to be scared of or think as like this new thing. We argued previously earlier in the stream, I don't know if you were around for that, 999 Poke Trainer. Or Pokey Trainer, I don't know. Anyway, that cancel culture, the same basic dynamic has existed for thousands of years. The basic human interaction of saying, "Oh, okay, I've got I'm going to seek clout by writing a sonnet dissing Shakespeare." That happened all the time, and Shakespeare would clap back. They called it via different methods. They wouldn't say like, "Oh, that's a sick burn, shaky boy," but it's the parlance is slightly different, but the basic dynamic is exactly the same. So the idea that Peter has suffered some great, horrific new thing is nonsense. It's getting worse. I don't know if it's getting worse. There you go. Do you think it's more pronounced now? I don't think it's necessarily more pronounced. It's more in your face to a degree, just because it's on the internet. But I've said this about the internet before, that the internet hasn't made people more stupid. It's just allowed stupid people the access to put their stupidity in your face.
Oh, I agree with that.
You know?
Hi, I'm back. You know what I think? I think that before the internet, people thought that having telepathy and being able to read other people's minds would be awesome. And then like Twitter was invented, and you realize, oh my God, I'm so glad I don't have to deal with other people's dumb fucking thoughts.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'd tell you, I sort of knew that before. It's such a shit film, but the one aspect of it made a lot of sense and chimed with me was the film What a Woman Wants. Starring Mel Gibson in his slightly less anti-Semitic form, and Helen Hunt. Anyway, basically the point is he gets electrocuted and can suddenly hear what women are thinking. That's the basic conceit of the film. Yeah. And at first it freaks him the fuck out because he hears women like in his head. He hears them thinking about him when they see him. And it's like, oh, he's ugly or he's got a tiny dick or whatever, right? And I was thinking to myself, that would, because I go through life, like, I don't want to know what people think of me particularly, because I know what I think of other people. I don't say it because I'm polite, but I don't want to know that exact same thing. I don't want, like, someone I know and like to, because it would hurt me if they came out and said, Kev, shut the fuck up, you're boring. But there must be points when I'm talking to them, they're thinking to themselves, Kev, shut the fuck up, you're really boring. But I don't want to hear that. Because it's politeness, you know. So yeah, so that film was like, I absolutely that scene spoke to me.
I thought you'd be more offended if someone like stopped paying attention to you and started daydreaming about like a shit they'd had earlier in the day.
Oh no!
Wow. So that's what you're doing. Like I'm talking to you here. I'm explaining my brilliant ideas, and you're thinking about shitting. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, that would be another example. Yeah, yeah, that would be another thing that I definitely would. I'd prefer not to know.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So we're in the last legs of it, right? We're in the.
We're in the last 7 minutes. Although the last minute of their video is them like pimping Patreon and stuff. So that's fine. which is fine. I've got no problem with that. But.
It's just kind of funny, this whole anti-capitalism rant. Give to my Patreon.
Well, even that they have to put in that way. They literally say at the start of their spiel, they say, now it's time for the value extraction portion of the video.
Oh, God.
Literally, even them pimping out their own Patreon has to come through like this lens of marketing.
This is worse. Like, I've had business meetings that aren't this marketing heavy.
Yeah.
For like branding.
Yeah.
backlash to public wrongdoing, either real or imagined. But if canceling was actually that, we wouldn't still be talking about Donald Trump or Joe Biden at all. But it's clearly not that, which makes it seem pretty worthwhile to talk about to me. Also, whether you think they should or not, a lot of people care about it.
Apparently canceling should always work.
Enough, despite the whole thing being a logical conclusion of the justifying ideology of the system, they don't love it.
Recent polling shows that whether you think that they should or not, a majority of Americans think that cancel culture is a big problem, which would mean they think that it's a
Can you pause it? Can you pause it, please? All right. So look at who thinks it's a very big problem. Fucking Republicans.
Yeah.
Republicans think it's a problem. Democrats don't really think it's a small problem or not even a problem. What's like over 50%?
Yeah.
Right? Independents, of course, independents are like this. They just like, they're the fucking middle of the road, like centrists. The distributions are just so in between the Dems and the Republicans. So the people you're talking about, Peter, are Republicans, mostly.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
Yeah.
Be done about it.
I knew the numbers would get you going.
They always do.
That's why Trump making that speech in that way, relating it to everyday people's jobs, is an appeal to a large number of people in this country.
Republicans.
People need to pay rent and eat. And if, frankly, the
Vote
majority of people in the
Republican.
country, whether you agree with them or not, consider this a
Clip that. Take that out of context.
concern, is it not worth at least trying to figure this thing out?
I try not to blame
So again, if you criticise me, that means the Republicans will win? Like, what's the extrapolations here are phenomenal.
So, like, delusions of grandeur comes to mind.
I don't
Yeah,
think simply engaging in the current
That's the
social
thing. They
paradigm-
genuinely seem to think that their experiences on Twitter are something profound.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's so tedious.
Yeah, it is like white progressivism.
Yeah.
It's just so navel gazing, completely like lacking any intersectional. I mean, there are references to historical events, but there's no intersectional.
At a time where
weight given to anything.
America is both metaphorically and literally on fire,
Yes.
in any number of ways, they've decided their little pet peeve of, and people were mean to me when I said I was going to go and agree with a homophobe who tried to get illegal immigrants kicked out of the country. That's their big fucking deal. That's what they're going to make a video about.
Yep, that's the
Mind
pressing
blowing.
issue.
Mind blowing.
Also, undocumented workers.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
That's all right. Since we're in correcting mode, we'll go with the whole everything.
Okay. Basically, there was a person at the university who might not have had an entirely kosher, or that's a weird word to use, reason for being there, and Milo tried to out them and get them kicked off campus and deported.
Yeah, he said he was going to name names of undocumented students on campus, people who were enrolled in the university, I think.
Yeah.
Because, taxpayers were paying for their, helping to offset some of the costs of their education. It's not like they're paying for it.
The fact that having those people educated in America and likely to stay there and use those skills to enlarge and improve the American economy and society and tax base pays for itself and is therefore a very worthwhile investment. Nah, fuck that. They're brain.
You have DACA people who are in the military.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're residents of the United States like everybody else.
Or as Donald Trump calls them, suckers and losers.
Yeah, the next time we do a Twitter thing or bookmarks thing that doesn't go haywire.
Yeah.
We got a lot to catch up on.
It won't go haywire.
Not with that internet.
It's becoming fucking 3. I'm doing an internet search again. Fuck it. If it's still going strong now, what's that? Internet providers, but yeah, that was me annoyed. I got so annoyed I typed in internet with a W and a bracket. That's how angry I was. Look at that. Absolutely kicking it right in the cock. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 3 hours in, still going strong.
It's like you got a new car and now it's sat in your, like, the front part of the house on the drive. And at 7 o'clock, you're like, I'm just going to go sit in it.
Yeah.
You just go outside
I want to smell the seat leather.
Yeah, you want to just touch it. You want to turn on the radio.
It's still very fast. Oh, kiss my fucking dick.
Then like 9:30, you're like, I'm just going to go turn on the headlights. Go see how the interior lighting works.
Yeah, exactly. The glove compartment needs rearranging again. Anyway.
is really something to be blamed for. As I said earlier, a lot of these people thirst for some form of justice, a counterweight to the wrongdoing we all see on
Or
such
they
a constant basis
they give a
in this
shitty
world.
opinion.
In a way, it quenches that thirst in the same way seawater might, in that it doesn't really help.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is such pretentious waffle.
Oh my god. Honestly, if people stop being assholes and racist and bigoted on Twitter, I would be fine. I would love to never cancel anyone again. That would
be
make
cool.
me so happy.
Yeah. Okay, continuing.
It's
We're
also
nearly
really
there.
bad for your kidneys too, because to get the extra salt out of your system, a person has to pee more than they drink.
What are the metaphorical kidneys in this?
You become incredibly thirsty.
Now, obviously, nobody canceling someone else is going to die from it. Sometimes the canceled person dies, like the people we've mentioned, or tries to kill themselves, like that time a teenager drew a Steven Universe character with the wrong body type and attempted suicide after the way people reacted to it. But the so-called cancel mob also does suffer. The truth is, neoliberalism, the thing I think created this, is an
Drink.
Yeah. Speaking of kidneys, if yours are still operating, I don't know how.
ideology that's
no, it's liver, isn't it? I don't know.
Fundamentally anti-society.
Well,
Yeah.
kidneys
Most obvious
also do
possible
some of the
thing.
purification
As people are
work,
turned
but-
against each other, they forget what they have in common. It is a road-tested strategy.
turned against-
Divide and conquer. Given I think this is all a logical outcome of neoliberalism, some might be tempted to think the solution is...
Again, it's so class reductionist. If you criticise me on Twitter, you are dividing the working class.
Yeah.
So, really, what you are is Bezos' little stooge by criticising me. Oh, fucking hell.
When you criticize people on social media because you disagree with their takes and you explain why, in a nice way or even in an assy way, you are actually a victim of neoliberalism. You are being hurt by...
This is so pretentious, it makes my arse hurt. It's ridiculous.
Oh, man.
God.
Is that all
We're nearly there, though. Come on.
But
That's what he said.
Another ideology has emerged to justify capitalism in its place. We need to go after the root cause. Neoliberalism isn't something separate from capitalism. It's what makes capitalism as it exists right now seem okay. And I don't think that cancel culture is somehow separate from that. Everything about the world right now, including neoliberalism and capitalism itself, is the result of a sequence of events that have already happened. We live in the result.
Thank you for explaining linear time to us. Thank you for explaining that very basic concept that you learn when you're like 4.
I'm gonna like do a show where I have something like, oh, it was 4, and that means 2 + 2 because 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, and if you add up the two numbers, that has a total, and that total is the result of the two numbers. So,
Yeah.
Like
things are the way they are because of things that happened in the past. It's called institutional theory, and it's been used at least in political science for since the 50s.
Well, it's not just that; it's linear time.
Yes, it's just
One thing follows another,
dependency.
and the thing we're living in right now is the result of the things that happened before.
In some way, yeah. I mean, what you could say here is that Peter is very ham-handedly stealing an idea called path dependency, which kind of comes with institutionalism in political theory. But the idea is that when a group of people, like a country, come to certain decision points, they make decisions that then cut off their ability to do things in the future. So if you pick a Westminster model style of government, you're eliminating a kind of federalist system and the division of powers in that way. And then as your system develops, you make other decisions that rule things out. And so in that way, I mean, he's doing a ham-handed path dependency in that things are the way they are because of decisions we made in the past.
Yeah.
And it's not that complicated a concept, but it is something you have to specify and articulate when you want to refer to that phenomenon.
Yeah, and actually, it's interesting you mentioned that exact example of the Westminster system and then federalism being precluded, because we've sort of tried to buck that in certain ways with devolution.
Right.
And it's not working at all well, because you've got overlapping powers, which means that the House of Commons now has a weird situation where for each vote that takes place, the Speaker of the House has to say, can we, I forget the exact phrase, but basically, can all the MPs that aren't from England and Wales fuck off? Because I'm obviously paraphrasing, but that's the basic gist, because these powers are devolved to Scotland, so you don't get to vote in them, so please leave.
Go away.
Which is horrific. You're telling members of Parliament to get the fuck out of the Parliament. What? This is madness. Anyway, and so you have situations where tuition fees in Wales are way lower, and I don't think they have them at all in Scotland. So loads of English students have been pissing into these 2 other places to avoid having to pay the tuition fees for universities.
I mean, they're rational actors. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, anyway, it's not really working because we're kind of doing a pseudo-federalism in a system that's Westminster, and it's a nightmare.
It would be better if you just went to a federal system or didn't. But this sort of like lurching and also then constantly negotiating things and disagreeing a little bit. And
it's broken the country. Because Scotland will now leave. I mean, Johnson can try and leave it as much as he likes, but essentially he's kicking the can down the road.
Oh yeah, I saw the Westminster voting intentions, I think yesterday or today, and SNP is over 50%, I think.
Yeah, the
or
SNP, if there were a general election now, the SNP would piss most of the seats in Scotland.
Yeah, and I think that support for becoming an independent country is also over 50% in the poll that I saw.
Yeah. Although the one thing that doesn't help in their favour that they had before was the oil price was really high back then.
Yeah.
And so they were like, economically, we can survive on oil. And now oil's like 1/10 of the price.
Yep.
Doesn't
they'll have to figure something else out for the long term.
I should explain North Sea oil, which would belong to Scotland because it's theirs. But because they're part of Britain, we get to have it. Yay! That would basically be the only thing that Scotland produces that's worth anything anymore, because Thatcher fucked the steel mine, the shipyards and the coal mines and stuff. Anyway,
imagine if there was a rule that all the money that came from the North Sea oil reserves had to be spent in or on Scotland.
Well, again, that would be kind of federal thing again.
But think about the way that Westminster has taken that money and repurposed it for non-Scottish.
If you look at the grand scheme of things, what that has done, that boon from the 70s when it was first discovered, or for the most of it was first discovered, the Westminster governments have basically used that to consistently lower the rate of tax on the rich, because that extra tax money is coming in. But with austerity now as well, it just means that we're fucking over the poor, even though we have this oil boom, which could mean that if you tax rich at a normal level, you could have proper public services and a proper Nordic model. But actually, that is a perfect criticism that you could actually levy at neoliberalism. See what I did? That's an actual criticism of neoliberalism, not neoliberalism burned my toast or something. You know?
Yes, feminazis took my ice cream.
Indeed. Someone criticised me online, so my dick fell off.
History and go back to whatever version of capitalism people think is the good one. There's a reason life feels transactional in today's society. It's that today's society values the accumulation of capital over all else. It's not because this generation is greedy or entitled or whatever thing people think to justify their ideology.
When you say the accumulation of capital over all else, with your analogy earlier of Harvey Weinstein, that's what you're doing. You're saying the fact that he's got $25 million completely outweighs the fact that he's stuck in a cage for the rest of his life.
Also, when he says capital, does he mean money?
No.
I mean, capital to me is like excess liquid assets that you can use to start a business.
Yeah, it's the kind of, in the Marxist parlance, it's money that can be used, or capital that can be used to reinvest in means of production. So to start a business or to buy a business or whatever. Yeah.
So, I mean, people aren't like people who have mutual funds or pensions, they're not raging capitalists. No. They're just trying to have enough money set aside for after they stop working.
Yeah, most people don't know that their pension fund is currently like selling guns to Saudi Arabia or something.
Yeah, that's the other problem too, but fair enough.
Well, no, that's just an example of like a really bad thing that's happening. And most people, it's just like a postal worker from Iowa. They're not like they're not trying to sell anyone any weapons or fund oil barons or whatever. They put $50 a month into the fucking pension pot.
Yep.
Because they don't want to like starve in their old age.
Yeah. And the other thing that I have a little bit of a critique on when it comes to like this anti-capitalist discourse happening on YouTube is that like a large parts of this economy aren't based on capitalism. Public servants, not-for-profits. There's a lot of people out there who don't have the kind of capital exploitation issues. Now they might have minimum wage issues or stuff like that, but by ignoring the fact that, all federal employees, all state employees, a lot of people aren't in that capitalist system. I mean, they are in terms of consuming it, but when it comes to the critique of like how it exploits you or whatever else, I mean, I just think that there's Yeah, like I feel as a white collar worker, as a civil servant, I feel very invisible in their critiques because I've got a great employer and I make it, enough money and I'm doing okay.
Yeah, this. Oh, sorry. No, go on. You finish.
No, it's just that, like, I understand. Again, it's like I'm meant to be empathetic. This is the whole thing about the left. We care about the climate. We care about people as a generic construct. Individual people, yes, but just everybody. We want everyone to have clean water to drink and clean air to breathe and a job where they're not exploited. But like, so that alienation, that anger, stuff that people talk about as being like for the revolution and for me right now, like that rhetoric doesn't personally, like abstractly it resonates, but not on a personal level. And so I feel like in a lot of ways, like not part of that.
Yeah, well, this
their
is
conversations.
Well, this is partly why the radical left don't. And when I say the radical left, I don't mean in the way Trump does. I mean the actual radical left. Don't have as much pull as their numbers might suggest they could, because unfortunately, as mentioned previously, their use of terminology makes it unpassable for your average person, so they don't listen.
Yeah,
they can't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
These are the same. Can't keep up,
You're supposed to be trying to appeal to people who understand "Make America Great Again."
Yeah,
That's the kind of level. That's the level you need to be pitching your ideas at. And I'm not saying that to downplay it or to be like, "Oh, the stupid proles." There are people who've been fucked over by the system who can barely read. You need to appeal to those fucking people. That's just the thing.
Yeah. Or people might not live in your Marxist world already.
Well, exactly.
They need to be introduced
and
to
the point of the thing that annoys me about the Marxist, well, there are lots of things, the Marxist class reductionist people, is that they're still going by Marxist analysis, even though Marx specifically mentioned that you need to stick with your times and to try and actually appeal to people at the level they're at, with analysis that Marx was a genius because he sort of predicted how factory operations and stuff would develop. Even after his death, it made a lot of sense. That's why people at the turn of the century, after Marx had died, suddenly it sparked a huge number of ideas in those places because they were seeing, oh shit, he was right. Maybe we'll take a look, But that doesn't exist in the West anymore. There is no massive industrial sector. There is no fucking urban proletariat in the way that there once was.
Yeah, concentrated and easy to organize.
Yeah,
right?
It's not. Trade unionism hasn't just dwindled because of neoliberalism, although that certainly is again another actual critique you could have. But it's partly because those industrial workers who were sort of targeted for union membership and made up the core of that don't exist anymore. As mentioned, the coal mines are gone, the fucking shipyards are gone. So trying to appeal to a non-existent section of a society doesn't get you anywhere. Yeah. You need to update Marxist thought to a new thing.
Yeah, and those trade unions, which I agree unions are necessary, but they were for white guys.
Many of them did. Many of them were, back in the day, especially in America, literally race exclusive.
Yes. So how is that solving the problem?
Yeah.
The revolution's not going to solve racism.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these were all socialists. I knew loads of old Labour people who were like coal miners and stuff like that, who were enormously racist.
Well,
these were socialist people,
Yeah, and they're voting their economic interests in the 70s, but now they're voting for UKIP in 2020.
Exactly, yeah. They've been swayed over very easily towards bigotry.
It's another economic argument that resonates with them.
Yep. Indeed, the right have been we've sort of ceded the ground of talking to the working class to right-wing bigots.
Yep.
And that's how you end up with people voting for Donald Trump. I mean, you always find some Nazis or whatever, but like the bulk of his voters who don't have any interest in voting for his policies, but they do because he's speaking to them.
He doesn't have any policies. He just gives them their jolt of fear and anger for the day.
Well, he's probably, they should be outraged that he pitched himself as populist and has given a massive tax cut to the rich.
You would think, but they can't do the math to figure that out, right? Yeah. They don't care enough. Oh, he's good for the economy. I'm getting 2 cents more an hour.
Exactly, yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos owns everything. Ever. He owns so much money now that he owns everything that will ever now be produced for the rest of time. Anyway.
Perception of themselves. It's that an owning class has used its power to mold society how they like it, and that a social network has to exist to help keep the help from beheading them, incentivizing the help to behead each.
So hang on.
Oh God.
So
now he's a victim of a capitalist conspiracy.
So hang on a minute, right? Now, firstly, every ruling class ever has sculpted society to the way they want it. That's what ruling classes do.
Yeah, that's kind of in the name, isn't it? Yeah. They rule.
Indeed. Which is why we should have more non-hierarchical structures. Anyway, the point is, to extrapolate what they're actually saying, it seems to me, is if you criticise me on Twitter, you're stopping me from cutting the head off capital.
Yeah. And also, like, who are these people? Who are these elites? You know, I get very eyebrow raisy.
Jews.
It's just like you could fill it in with literally anyone you don't like. And by not specifying it, you can't check the claims against empirical evidence.
It's neoliberalisms.
Oh, right. Yes, it's always the neoliberalisms. Even when the people are rising up spontaneously.
Sneaky neoliberalisms.
Yeah.
Have you read that book, The Learned Elders of Neoliberalisms?
That one I missed.
Yeah, it's good.
But is the argument here that, like, well, I know he's saying it's like somehow it's consumer stuff and like done on the individual level, but still also at the exact same time, the individuals are being controlled by the elites who are telling them what to think in order to do things to make the elites more profits.
Yeah.
Even though we're all atomized.
Yeah, indeed. And thank you. Yeah, someone noticed that I've moved the branding from my drink. I did. I'm not giving shit for advertising. Fuck that noise. Well, I suppose technically the Patriots, but that's the team I support. So suck my balls. Except why did that become offensive?
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been offering that a lot tonight.
Well, they're very dry.
I need some lotion on that.
Exactly. And to be honest, having listened to this, they're just aching to like explode or something.
Or something.
Yeah.
Each other and making a ton of money from the engagement metrics it generates. That's what cancel culture is. And
What?
it reflects the character of the system.
Is it about money, or is it about justice, or is it about punishment? It's about everything.
It's about word salad. It's about word salad and neoliberalisms.
Oh, this makes no sense.
It's fart huffy nonsense.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's justifying ideology, the market-driven ideas of neoliberalism. I don't know about you, but I don't think being a hall monitor is fun. I don't think it's enjoyable to spend my time looking at other people, figuring out what they're doing wrong so I can present it to my followers and reap the rewards.
Except when it's Vosh doing it. Then you seemed very, very happy to do that at that point.
Yeah.
Didn't you, Peter?
Or when you're name dropping people in your video that you don't like.
Yeah, exactly. You've name dropped at least 2 people here. And you missed out Kristi with an
Petty
E,
as fuck.
which you've done before.
Petty as fuck.
Outrageous.
Oh, what a hypocrite.
That. And sure, people should be accountable for their actions, but what is accountability? On these platforms, it's not what you think it is. It's a fetish. It's dangerous. And homeowners are huge nerds.
Accountability is a fetish?
Yeah. If you criticize me online, it's a dangerous fetish.
This world doesn't need no opera. We're here
fucking what?
Things that don't really exist. Cancel culture, Antifa, fiscally conservative, Republicans, good billionaires, flan. What? So some random person tweeted out a thing.
We don't need a bigger knife.
So this is just random people.
We got guns. We got guns. We got guns. You better run.
This is convincing.
Hey, so you watched that whole thing. That was cool of you. Thanks. I appreciate it. This is what I like to call the value extraction portion of the video, where I tell you...
See?
Works.
The value extraction portion of the video. Okay, that's enough, because it's literally just them pimping their shit. Which is, I mean, fine, I don't give a fuck, it's your channel. But I'm not advertising
arguments.
I'm not advertising my fucking drink of choice, and I'm not advertising you either.
No.
Anyway, so how was that for you?
That was so my mind feels a little bit like jelly.
Yeah, I feel more stupid. I feel like I understand less of the world now.
I mean, the word, and I don't mean it to Peter personally. I mean it to the language they use. Vacuous. There was. I feel like at the end of that video, I've actually learned 0 things about the world, except maybe that there was a marathon runner who committed suicide after they were accused of cheating. Really, honestly, what do I not what Peter's opinions can I recall, but what do I know about the world that I didn't know at the start? And other than that one news clip, I have to say I can't think of a single thing.
Nope.
That is a very devastating critique from me.
Yeah, that's
me being pretty mean.
Yeah, I did. I literally learned nothing. You put so much effort into this, and it was pointless. You said nothing of worth.
us in 5 minutes doing bookmarks, you will know more about the world.
Yeah.
Even if it's
news.
just a goat. If it's a baby goat video, you're still gonna know that a goat did a thing. And
What did you say?
Tide Peter.
Did you say? Oh, hang on. I'm screen sharing this again. I did this as a bookmark. It was funny, so it's being shown on screen again. Fuck it. Where are we? No, hang on.
I have no idea what you're doing.
I don't know either.
I'm not driving. I'm just next to you in the tank.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's very nice and plush in here.
Have you seen?
Better interior than you'd think.
Have you seen? Yeah. Have you seen the twerking? The goat with back.
No.
Where is it? There's a goat with back. Come on. There we go.
Yeah, baby got back. Is there music with that? Or that's gonna get us copyrighted strikes? But it doesn't matter.
That goat's got. Look at all that junk inside that goatee trunk. Anyhow.
See, yeah, we've now tied Peter's video.
Yeah.
In terms of empirical knowledge that you have at the end.
Exactly. Yeah, we've shown you as much of the world as Peter did, which is wow.
There's a thing that happened in
that's
it.
That's a thing. That's something.
Oh,
and also,
man.
I realised how strange I was. I would usually have my camera in the bottom left of the screen, but there's one of the images, and it covered the one of my weird little edits with the word penis over the Sistine Chapel painting, and I was like, well, that's the joke is covered. No, so I moved myself.
Just so that everyone can see the penis.
Yeah, thank you.
That's so you.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, there's no point in me doing it if you don't see the joke. Like I said, if I don't say the madness out loud, did it ever really happen? I don't know. Oh, fucking Juche gang got back to me again. That twat. So there's this fucking mentaloid who keeps contacting me on Twitter, on Twitch.
Oh, okay, I see. Yep. Peter is amazing.
Yeah. Oh no, actually, there's a different person. Hang on, I'll show you. This is off screen, so people can't even fucking see this, but I don't care. Who was the random lunatic? Oh, is this the guy? Yeah, this is the guy, right? I did a video about Caleb Moppin, the crazy right-wing fuck.
Okay.
And they contacted me and said, "Shut the fuck up, you moronic twat, sneaky dickhead libtard." Right? Then, without me commenting at all, in all caps, wrote, "Caleb is much smarter than you and does way more work than you." I left it alone. 25 minutes later, they come back with "stupid" in lowercase, "dipshit" in uppercase, "prick" in lowercase. And then, brilliantly, as you can see, as Kristi can see, the next day, 17 fucking hours later, they contact me. I haven't replied to them at all, but just with the phrase, "fuck you." Okay.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So and then this is all stuff. Like I eventually just said, "Go away," because I covered that as hate mail on the show.
Wait, please go to the first entry again and just read that series of words out loud. The ones from the very, very first.
Shut the fuck up, you moronic with a capital M, twat, sneaky dickhead libtard.
I'm just gonna get moronic twat. What is it? Sneaky dickhead libtard for you on a T-shirt.
Yeah. Well, I'd want more than that. To whoever sorts that out when I'm dead and gone, my epitaph, my fucking tombstone needs to read: "Here lies the body of Kevin Logan. He was definitely a moronic twat, sneaky dickhead libtard." Yeah. So.
Forever.
I don't know if
until the stone wears
away.
away.
To be fair, I don't know if they'll allow me on consecrated ground to have a swear word. I don't know if that works. So, but maybe some sort of humanist site. I don't know.
Why would you be buried on consecrated ground?
Well, technically, I already have a plot laid out for me. My father bought many years ago, way before I was even born. He bought loads of plots in the fucking what's the place called? It doesn't really matter. Anyway, there's a massive graveyard in northern Birmingham, right by where he used to live, and he bought loads of these plots quite cheap back in like the late 70s or something. And he has had them for years, and they're now worth like 20-30 times more Like, it's because people have been dying and there's nowhere to fucking bury. So it's like, you know. Anyway, so I have a plot waiting for me in a consecrated, like, churchy place. But
well, what you could do, it maybe instead.
I mean, I don't care because it's just if my bones rot in the ground or are burnt or whatever, I'm dead. I don't fucking care where it goes. You can put me in a fucking, put me in the sea. I don't fucking Viking burial. I don't care.
Right, good to know. But I was thinking that rather than having that on like your tombstone, what you should get is a plaque and one of those like public park benches. You know how they do like so and so.
I've always wanted a homeless person to urinate against my lasting effigy. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Not
like,
effigy, epitaph. For fuck's sake.
Like, was it so? I think it was a joke one. I don't know, make up a name, but it was basically a plaque that said, "This is the years," and then Joe Blow. He hated this park and everyone in it.
That's lovely. Well, I still love Spike Milligan's one, and it's genuinely true. He said this he was a comedian. He was one of the goons. And if you ever get a chance to read the book Hitler, My Role in His Downfall, it's literally like Hitler in massive letters, and then the subtitle is My Role in His Downfall.
Okay.
Which was during the war. He fought in North Africa and stuff, and he's really, really funny. It's fucking hilarious. Anyway, and he went on to be a comedian in the Goons, really famous dude. And his joke was, when I die, I want my tombstone to read, "I told you fuckers I was sick." Or so, I can't remember the exact word. He probably didn't swear. He was quite clean in many respects. They did. His family literally put that on his tombstone. He's buried in he's a British guy, but he's buried somewhere in a delightfully weird sounding Australian place in Australia. Like Wollongong or whatever. Yeah.
I'm glad they put those last words. And just yes, it's a good way to remember his life in many ways.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't care. Like, it's not that I want to be buried in consecrated ground, because I don't care. Like, if a religious person really wants it, they can have it. I don't care. But my dad wants us all to be buried close because he's fucking mental. He's not just mental. He's Irish and mental, which is a special kind of mental.
Yes, I know there are people who care about those kinds of things much more than I do.
Look, he doesn't even go to church. Why does he care? It's so strange. He's a weird man.
Well, does he still care about it as much as he did? Because at the time it might have, meant something. Like he thought it was going to be like about legacy and the family being together. And now he's like, I don't actually like most of you.
Well, no, he bought him before we were even born. Like I don't think he had even met my mother at this point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like he bought them. Like he was going really cheap. Like, because he's a working class Irishman. He'd only sort of just come over, really. And he bought about a dozen plots, and he's got his brother unfortunately died, buried there, and there's sort of a couple of other family members and stuff. But the plots are sort of there. Whitton Cemetery in North Birmingham.
Save your family lots of money in a very distressing and chaotic time. So I mean, there's that.
Well, no, I've said just roll me up, put me in a black bag. They collect on Fridays. I don't care.
I don't think that's legal.
But if I put in my last will and testament, it's okay to put me in the rubbish. I reckon that works. I reckon that legally indemnifies them from any prosecution.
We need a lawyer. We have to go.
Is it any different? Look, you can throw away chicken waste. So what's wrong with human waste? Really, it's the same thing. I'm just going to rot away and get chewed up and put in a landfill. But at least I'm compostable. Do you know what I mean? Like, I will rot away and leave space for other plastics that will be there for 10,000 years.
There is an issue of preservatives and putting a body full of formaldehyde and then just stick it in the ground, because the formaldehyde doesn't just evaporate. It then can sometimes leak out and poison the ground around
exactly.
it. And That's
thinking
not
about
good for water ground tables.
Yeah, the green element of it as well. Table. Why waste the wood of a coffin when you've already got the plastic bag?
Did we see the Craigslist kicker yet, where he's selling a shallow pine box and says it could also double as a cheap coffin?
Oh no! Oh no! My favourite is still. I mean, there are so many. There are so many, but the one that was a Hennessy bottle that had been painted gold, that had formerly
a collector's version.
That had formerly and it was formerly had the ashes of the cat in it that the person had washed out and was now selling. Like
The empty bottle.
you emptied out your cat's ash. What? This is mental. Who's buying this? And then he actually went, oh look, I went and bought it. He bought it.
I still like the one, whatever it was, like Joe Haka, don't forget to pay your bad check.
Yeah, the sign outside the place, yeah.
That's at the gas station.
What was the other one?
There was a school bus with like the tank tires on it.
Was it meatless balls?
Meatless balls. Yeah.
So you're telling me what's not in them? I don't need to know what's not in them.
Don't forget squirrel tails.
I mean, technically, balls of arsenic are meatless balls, but you probably don't sell them as food. You know?
One of them was like frozen rabbit meat. It's been in the freezer for about 11 years, so probably good for a cat or dog.
Yeah. Oh, God. Amazing. Do you know what the phrase jobby means?
To do, isn't it going to the toilet?
It's a poo. It's a Scottish phrase for a poo. And there was a story, it's on my Facebook, which means I won't be able to find the bastard thing. But there was a story of Iceland, which is a chain of supermarket stores here in Britain, but obviously to the outsider could be confused for the country, Iceland, right?
Okay.
And the headline was, Woman in Iceland Jobby Horror. Which I tweeted out, posted on the Facebook, like what do you call it? Shared. I shared it on Facebook. And the amount of Americans were like, I don't understand any part of this sentence. I don't know what's going on here. Because it wasn't a link, it was like a screenshot of the newspaper story. And so I had to explain. It's Iceland, the chain store. A jobby is a human turd. And what had happened was this woman had, someone had put a shit, or either had hovered over the frozen food section and shat in there, or cupped it in their hand and put it in there, or got in with a bag or something.
They could have just shook it out their pant leg.
Maybe. I don't know. There are many transmission elements that can go into the jobby disposal.
Video. For some reason, I was watching someone, I think it was Internet Comment Etiquette, who had an entire video section where it was people shaking poops out that they'd done, like just shaking them out into the street or into an aisle. So they shit their pants and they just shake it down and walk away.
I think, that's what the song from, what do you call it? The Shake It Off. That's what that song was about, wasn't it?
Yes.
What's her name again? Taylor Swift.
Shake It Off. Oh, no, I was thinking, the Cars. Shake It Up. Oh, that's Shake It Up, not Shake It Off.
You are silly.
I'm old.
Javi raided with a party of 56. Oh, thanks, Javi. That's awesome. Anyway,
you're coming in at the end, though.
Yeah, you're coming in right at the end.
We're just
nearly
talking
at the
shit
4 hour
at this
mark.
point.
Yeah. Anyway, so I had to explain, that someone had put a shit in the. Welcome, everyone. We're talking about a shit in the frozen chicken section. Someone had put a shit, I think a human shit, although I don't know if they tested, frankly, into the frozen chicken section, and this woman had gone and put her hand in there and squished the shit on her hand. But I love the
look before you reach.
Well, I love
before you reach.
Yeah, I love the phrase "jobby horror."
Yeah, that's
horror.
Awesome.
Look, I mean, it's not nice.
No, but it's not a
horror.
I'll
tell you what. But
it's startling.
Yeah, wash your hands. You'll be fine. It's not fucking poison.
The fact that people in the UK would immediately know by Iceland they meant the store. That kind of thing, what happened to me. I think I may have told you this before. In Wisconsin, when we first got cash machines, there was a brand.
You make it sound so backward. I remember the time they instituted the moving picture. Well,
the thing was that they were all kind of owned by one company who was installing them. And the company was called Time is Money, but they spelled time Tyme. So time was, it was against a white background. Time was in big red letters. And then in very small letters, it said, time is money, right? It is money. Okay. And so we just started calling them time machines because that's what you see. I need to find a time machine. And that's what you did when you needed cash. Where's the nearest time machine? And then I went to Missouri. They didn't call them time machines.
Yeah, because they're not, they are mental, but just in a different way.
So, right. And I went up to an information desk. I was at a conference for Model UN and I needed cash. And I said to the guy behind the desk, where's the nearest time machine?
And he just looked. He said, get out, you silly bitch. I haven't got time for this.
Yeah, see. And I just suddenly, by the look on his face, I realized if he didn't live in Wisconsin, what he must have thought I meant.
Well, yeah, because he lives in Missouri. Why the fuck would you expect him to?
So the cash machine, like a cash thing where I can take money out.
A time machine.
Yeah, a time machine.
Jesus. But not just that. I remember when we got fucking cash machines. When was the time when you didn't have cash machines?
Like I think they started really getting popular in the early 90s.
Oh yeah. I keep forgetting you're a little bit older.
I am a bit older.
No, I don't, and I don't mean that to be rude. Like, no. Kristi's a few years older than me, so I'm thinking because I always remember cash machines. Really? Time machines. I mean time machines.
Fuck off.
But I know they've always been there. They're more prevalent now than they were. But
I guess by the time you needed to get cash out, they've always been there.
Well, no, even since I can remember, because I was born in '87, so the cash machines wouldn't have been that regular then. But by the time I became cognizant of the world around me, they were they were basically everywhere. Yeah.
And by the 90s, yeah. Yeah, before you had to go to the bank and take out cash and it was a real pain, or go through the drive-thru.
Well, yeah, I remember when my dad took me when I was 15, 16, however old you have to be to get a cash a bank account.
Oh yeah,
and it was this is back in the day, but you couldn't just get a bank account. You weren't just allowed to. Now that you could go into the bank, you can start a million bank accounts. They don't care. But back in the day, you had to prove you were earning money to get a bank account.
Why? Because people who don't earn money can still have money.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they were bank to make it worthwhile, I suppose. But now, because it's bank machines, they don't have to employ people to give you money, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway.
How old were you when you got your first job? It's a very random question, nothing to do with
I got a job in catering, serving pies at the football when I was 15, 16. Yeah. But about the same time I got the bank account,
Yeah, because you needed to be earning.
Yeah.
I was...
by the time I was opening the bank account, my dad was telling me, when he was that age, that they couldn't... By the time they were you can do whatever.
Okay. A little bit backwards from the 90s, but...
I am to blame for the Smiths breaking up, but that's mostly because I hate Morrissey, and understandably so. So...
I got a work permit to start working at 15 and a half. And basically, if I've not been even when I was in school, I was working jobs. I had 3 months in my whole life where I've been unemployed.
Oh, wow.
So, pretty, I don't know. Either I just take really shitty jobs and because I've taken so many shitty jobs, I've got a lot of experience.
How are Javi's people still here? We're just talking shit.
Really?
Javi's probably been talking about some high-level political stuff. And I've got 41 viewers now. Why? Why are you here? Look, I'm glad you're here. I'm welcome. You're very welcome. I love that you're here, and I love the fact that someone called Pizza is my dad just followed me. That's nice. But yeah, you shouldn't. You should go and be with the ones you love. Hey,
can I ask a question? If you know the answer.
No.
What exactly is it that Johnson wants to do that's going to fuck up the Northern Ireland agreement?
Oh, now you want to get serious?
Yeah, and also, what are the potential consequences? Because I know I saw the EU said they'd be willing to sue.
Yeah, they
Pelosi already came out against it.
Well, the EU not only have said they might want to sue, they believe they have legal grounds already to sue because they've already broken their word.
Oops.
Yeah.
You're fucked.
Yeah. This is going to cost Britain a lot. Right. It's so weird and archaic, but that's how laws work.
I know. That's why I wanted to ask
deliberately specific. Yeah, right. So the Northern Ireland, or the Belfast Agreement, otherwise known as the Good Friday Agreement, stipulates many things, and it's an agreement between the British government, the Irish government, and all of the major parties in Northern Ireland, for peace, basically, right? And one of the things is there's no hard border on the island of Ireland, which is because Republicans, me being one, consider that whole land to be one country. It's legally not, so they've got a border which makes Northern Ireland a republic, but it's there in paper. Literally, there's nothing there now. There used to be, and they got bombed regularly, but now you can just drive straight through. Doesn't matter, which made perfect sense when we're all part of the EU, because there's no internal borders for goods. Right, the external borders are where incoming goods get checked to make sure they meet the standards. So you don't need to check.
Can be moved around.
Yeah, you don't need to check goods going from the Republic of Ireland into what is technically the United Kingdom, although again I don't think it should be.
It'd be going like from state to state in the States.
Exactly, yeah. You don't
or
need...
England and Scotland, or Wales and England, or anywhere else
yeah.
in the UK. Yeah.
Like the border between those is essentially on paper for the most part, right? There's no actual, thing. But now we're going to be outside of the EU. There either has to be a free trade agreement which continues the frictionless trade across that border, or there has to be a hard border. And if there's a hard border, we return to civil war. There's no other way of putting it. The IRA are not going to put up with that nonsense. They put down their arms on the basis that you could have a kind of best of both worlds scenario where essentially you can be both British and Irish or one or the other and travel back and forth. So you have essentially the makings of whatever, but also technically you legally still part of Britain, so the other side technically get what they want. It's a kind of
like Schengen, but just for Ireland.
Yeah, exactly.
And Northern Ireland.
So you end up. So that's it's fine when we're all part of a common market. We're now not going to be, and it doesn't look like we're going to have a free trade agreement either because the government are garbage. Anyway, so the European withdrawal agreement was put in place between the 27 other nations and the UK. It was passed into law.
Many? Yeah, after 4 votes, was it?
Yes, yeah. Oh God, yeah, and a general election. So yeah, so that was put in place, and that basically it enshrined there would be no hard border. We would agree, we would stick by our agreement under the Good Friday Agreement, our obligations, our international law obligations.
Yeah. To other countries.
To other countries, including the Republic of Ireland. And the Republic of Ireland, as a member of the EU, they've already said they will stick by it. There's no way they're going to throw a Republic of Ireland under the bus, which they already showed during the negotiations of the withdrawal agreement. They literally wouldn't sign on to it unless Ireland were happy. Because they're one of the club, That's what happens when you're in a fucking club. Anyway.
People have your back.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a lot easier when you've got 26 mates with you. It's not really one-on-one then, is it? Anyway. So that's the state we're in right now. Now, exactly how they're going to break the law is not yet known because, or the exact wording of it anyway, because the law they're going to try and introduce is what's called the Internal Market Act, which they're going to bring forward soon as emergency legislation because we're literally going to leave at the end of December and there's again the Northern Ireland problem, which we've been discussing a year ago on this show, is still there. It hasn't gone away. You either have to have a common market and the status quo remains, or you have a hard border and civil war.
Yeah, the situation, the facts haven't changed.
Yeah, there's no in between. There's no in between ground here, right? And so they're going to introduce this internal British Market Act, which will basically try and initiate some formal checks between goods going back and forth because we're not going to have a free trade agreement. So basically we're going to potentially put up some kind of friction between the North and the South, which means we're basically going to eradicate our obligations under the Good Friday Agreement, which means a potential return to civil war, because there's not probably going to be like proper border checks, but any friction whatsoever, and all of a sudden the Republican leadership, the peace part of the Republican movement in Northern Ireland, find it very difficult to then argue to the angry young unemployed people in Northern Ireland that are also Republican that the British government aren't encroaching on them. And they've been essentially the two sides have been holding back the tigers of war on the basis that we can have what we want with peace. If that's taken away, they can't hold that tiger back anymore. Anyway, so we're going to break that international law, and the British government literally stood up. I did a show during the week about the rise of British authoritarianism, and Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland minister, literally stood up in Parliament when one of his own MPs asked him to reassure the House, the Parliament, and therefore the country, that the British government was not going to renege on its international obligations under international law, and he stood up and said, "No, we're going to break the law." Yeah, but only in a very specific and defined way. And I was like, "What? Tell me what laws you break where it's vague and infinite. What does that mean? Every law you break is going to be in a specific way." So they're basically scrapping it completely, Which, and the fact, like I say, the fact that they've threatened to do that, the European Union seem pretty fucking confident they already have grounds for suing them. And if they try and pass this law, I mean, genuinely all hell could break loose, especially in Northern Ireland, but the European Union could instantly call off talks.
I was going to say, won't it also lead to a hard Brexit?
Well, that's going to. I think that's been the government's plan all along. String it along, pretend we're going to do it, and then hard Brexit. Because that's essentially the Tory party's become the hard Brexit party. That's what they're doing now.
Yeah. And as I said earlier in the show, Nancy Pelosi, because McConnell's not saying anything and Trump won't say anything, but Pelosi did put out a public statement saying that if Britain breaks the Good Friday Agreement, there's not going to be a U.S. trade deal. Just like, nope, you got to sort that out before you can trade. We'll organize a trade deal. Yeah, which means I assume they get like the shittiest deal possible.
Well, yeah, there's the international, what do they call them? The IMF,
oh yeah, the World Bank, is it, or the IMF?
Oh, one of the two. Anyway, the free trade laws which already exist, right? Which again, we're gonna WTO, the World Trade Organization. Thank you, Lacer or whatever, as we're regular on the Twitch. Anyway, yeah, the World Trade Organization has these free trade rules. Now they're not really free trade rules. They allow for huge tariffs, but they at least reduce them to like the kind of things that you would get in the Cold War were ridiculous. And unworkable and really damaging, so they've reduced them to a certain level, but they're still huge enough to put already struggling British exports completely beyond the scope of feasibility. And if we go into WTO rules, it will be a fucking economic disaster.
On a completely different.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, on a completely different note, now that you've got your camera on and I can see you gesticulating and I can see your headphone lead moving around and I can hear your violent, sexy dancing. Now, like, the image is complete. You're doing your violent, sexy dancing for Flint, 100% on camera now.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've always wanted to do that. Although the joke initially was I was doing violent, sexy dancing because you couldn't see me, and that's why it's called that. But now you can see me. I'm obviously not naked or violent or sexy. So, anyway.
Although a little bit you're dancing like a white guy.
Well, you should see me when I actually try and dance.
Okay.
Firstly, I have to be a bit drunk. And the thing is with me, the more drunk I get, the further south the movement becomes. Because when I'm sober, it's all upper body. It's literally my feet are concrete. They're going nowhere. And the more drunk I get,
to the beat.
Yes, one of them. Anyway, and then I gradually as I get more and more drunk, the legs and the hips start to go a bit. And by the end of the night, there are arms and legs flailing everywhere. It's a disaster. I'm punting old relatives off the dance floor at family weddings or whatever.
You will drink for free with me if we ever go and hang out. We're going to go to a club. You're going to drink for free, and I want to see this dancing.
Yeah. Oh, no, you don't. You so don't. Because the thing is, in order to do this show, you have to have some basic respect for me. And
do I, though?
Well, a little bit.
Maybe I'll respect you more.
You have not seen it.
Well, don't let me be the judge. Let me be the judge.
Get Rory to check under the table. What? Oh, people are suggesting I might be naked from the waist down, even though I got up. Look, I'm not naked. Look, I got shorts on.
Violent, sexy dancing.
Yeah.
Except with clothing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can be sexy in clothing. In fact, I'm far more sexy in clothing. Let's be honest. That's just true. Anyway, thank you, Javi, for introducing people to me when I'm just talking shit. Actually, no, we actually did do a bit of, like, political commentary there.
In what way?
Well, we were talking about Northern Ireland, weren't we?
Oh, well, yeah, because I asked about it. Yeah.
Well, exactly, yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yes, I was setting you up to look good for the Twitch people. All 34 of
them.
Thank
you. That's
that's what I'm here for. Yeah. I'm like your wing woman.
You are. But, so Britain's like a kind of failed state, rogue state situation. Like, I think we might become friends with Iran or something next. I don't know. Maybe we give Kim Jong
North Korea.
Yeah, Kim Jong Un can come round for tea.
Do you remember the North Korea reference in Iron Sky now? Oh
yeah, and the Finland. Don't forget Finland.
And Finland, yes. Yeah. If you've seen the movie, you might know what we're talking about.
Amazing stuff. So you need to do screenshotting, don't you, for tomorrow?
Yeah, but before the show, so I've got like almost a whole day.
Oh, okay. No, I was just thinking, like, because it's not on YouTube. Although I suppose we could watch it on Netflix or whatever it was, and then.
Yeah, it was Prime, so I'll
Yeah.
just get him from Prime.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, what was I going to say? Something funny.
But failed states.
Yeah. So yeah, we're a failed state now. So. Yeah.
Well, join the club.
It's almost like this right-wing populism / fascism thing doesn't work out well in the long run.
No.
It's almost like they're not really interested in actually like governing in any real way. They're just sort of posturing twats who don't know what they're doing.
No, they hold power and then they structure, well, they work. I mean, to be fair, in the United States, it's taken Republicans decades to kind of get to an almost one-party state place where they want to be. But in the UK, I think it was much easier because of the way that Parliament is set up. And if you get people in there who don't want to play by the rules, who's going to hold them accountable?
Yeah.
Don't really have kind of the judicial oversight and tension between like different branches suing each other over shit.
You know who won't hold them accountable?
Tell me.
Neoliberalism. So there we go. We've wrapped it up perfectly.
That's so much waffle.
With a callback to the thing we were watching.
Vacuous shit.
Indeed, it really was absolute wank. Anyway, so I'm gonna fuck off now, I reckon.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna see if I can find that video of people pooping and then shaking it out of their pant leg.
Wow, we really have put our best foot forward for Happy's viewers.
Come back next time.
Yeah, for more poo talk.
And politics.
Both literally and kind of figuratively as well. So, anyway, yeah, this has been Kristi and Kev's Happy Hour and shit. Thank you for watching. Unless you weren't watching, in which case, fuck you. And yeah, we'll do something. Oh yeah, tomorrow, yeah, Iron Sky, 7 PM. Be on Kristi's channel, but I'll do it on Twitch. Iron Sky, which is a film about moon Nazis. Seriously, it's moon Nazis. And we're going to be ripping the shit out of that because it's amazing. Yeah, so thank you all for listening and watching. Goodbye from me, and say goodbye, Kristi.
Goodbye, Kristi.
She did